Good evening and welcome. We're going to start with a little bit of cat cam because I've been away for the weekend, so he's extra cuddly right now. Extra cuddly. So we'll give him a dose of the cuddles and then we can hopefully get a bit of peace and quiet. So ranting and cat cuddles is a good place to start. Yeah, little kitty. Yeah, he's so cuddly. A little needy. He's changed his name from Speedy to Needy because he's a little bit needy. Look at him, he's so cute. Yeah, if he wasn't so cute, he'd be really annoying. Look at him. That's a very cuddly cat. So, yeah, haven't really been focusing a lot on. I haven't turned on my PC since Friday morning, or Friday when I uploaded the video. It's not. Yeah, I've been on a Tantra weekend for this weekend in Sweden. It was good, but it was also I don't know. I think I've been to so many of these events now that I get really picky, and where there's something I don't like, then I just like nope, no thanks. I don't bother with it, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's also what you learn from going to these events is that don't endure something, just feel your own needs and feel your own limits. And so if something doesn't feel right or just seems boring or not what you're into, just walk away. Just do something else. And I do that a lot because I do this for my own enjoyment's sake, and if I'm not enjoying it, then there's no point in being there. Yeah, so plans for the week? Well, usual. We're playing Factorio today, and then we're continuing on our journey into Silksong next week. I am very much enjoying Silksong. We played it now 2 streams, and it's been difficult, but it's been the right level of difficulty. It's not been like frustratingly difficult. It's been sort of challenging, but sort of good, steady progression. It's a bloody expensive hobby to not enjoy it as well. That's true. It is going to these weekend events, and also since it's in Sweden, also hotel and the bridge across and all that stuff. So it adds up. And there's just like, for example, there was a workshop this morning which I left. So it was sort of advertised as a workshop that potentially could get really juicy and sexual and interesting, and sort of like okay. And there was a woman who approached me, and she was like, should we maybe do this together? I was like, cool. We come in, and I was like, but there's some rotation. Okay, well, I mean, there's always like some kind of mixing up, so you meet other people, and then you can sort of choose who you want to do like the more intensive exercises with. That's kind of how it usually goes. So we're sitting there, and then the first thing that happens is we sit on a mattress, and it's like, okay, everyone move one mattress to the right. And then, so okay, well, I mean, I guess we can just come back to that later on. So, and I asked the facilitator, I was like, is it going to be a forced rotation, or do we get to also sort of pick our partners at some point? He's like, no, forced rotation all the way through. So it was like looking at the next 10 people in the next, like, there's none of this I want. The person I want is the one to the left that I just had to leave, and I was like, all right, cool. Then I just got up and left. And because most people would just endure and say, oh, let's just get the best of it. It's like, no, that's not what I do. If I could see that this was not something that was going to be interesting or fun or something, but people are going like, oh, but it could be challenging and you could learn something about, fuck off. I don't want to learn something about myself. I'm here to play. I have to have fun. I'm not here to sort of challenge myself to do something I don't really want to do and then get the best out of it. No. If I wanted to do that, I'd have a normal job. I am here. This is my hobby. This is my entertainment. This is something I do because I want to do it. So I'm not going to sit there and endure something when it was something else I wanted. So I left, and that's how I do this. Don't care if it sort of mixes up the if it sort of messes up the dynamics of the room, or but now we're no longer an even number, and then that doesn't, and someone's going to be left. Like, that's not my problem. I paid for this. I came in here. This workshop not for me. I'm just leaving. Um, that's just how I feel. Um, and yeah, so sometimes I'm just sitting out on exercises or workshops because I just don't feel like it. Otherwise, other times, the thing is like some people might be like, oh, I go to like one event a year, so I want to get the maximum out of it. I want to every single workshop in this weekend because I paid for it and I go there once a year. But that's not for me. I'd rather go to 4 of them and then attend like a quarter of the best workshops than I want to go to one and then have to attend all of the workshops. It's just kind of how I'm getting more picky with who and what I engage with in these situations. So yeah, but there's still lots of interesting people and a very nice place, and yeah, it was a good weekend, no doubt. Mainly also because of sort of the people I met more than the actual workshops, but that's also kind of how it is. Last week I went to a weekend festival as well, and it was again the thing that the workshops weren't that great. They were okay, some were good, but most were like, yeah, that's fine. But it was the people there and the atmosphere, so yeah. Yeah, quality over quantity. Yeah, but there's also something to say about quantity. Um, like quantity is somewhat of a quality in itself because if you conduct or if you have a weekend festival with maybe I don't know 7 8 workshop slots and then 4 workshops in parallel, that's like 32 workshops that they're conducting. They're not all going to be great and they're not all going to be for me. So maybe during a session there's going to be 4 workshops that are great for me, and sure, so if there's 4 out of the 32, then that's perfectly fine for me. We don't need to go to all 8 of them as possible. So there's some quality in quantity as well. That's the fact that you have more chance to pick out the good ones. Yeah, and I also don't mind, since I go to a lot of workshops and stuff. I don't mind going there and just going home. Because if it's not for me, I don't have to sort of, oh, I paid for it. I do remind myself of the sunk cost fallacy. The money is gone, the time is gone. Well, not the time, but what workshop are we talking about? Not the workshop there. I'm talking about what I did during the weekend. Tantra Festival. Not that workshop. So, went to it was a nice Tantra Festival. And then in Sweden. And also last week in Copenhagen. Don't have any more of those the remainder of the year, but lots of other interesting stuff. Yeah, so that made more sense. Yes, I was thinking that you were just doing the workshop command. It's like, oh yeah, I realized there was a workshop in. What is the festival about? It's a Tantra festival, so I'll give you a hint. Tantra festival. It's a tantric festival, so it's about Tantra. Yay! And maybe that's because that's not familiar to you, but yeah, so what the hell is that? I don't know. I don't know. It's a very big umbrella that you can put anything under if you want to sell courses and stuff. Never heard about Tantra. We'll look it up. Yes, Tantra. It's with an A. Tantra is. It's a great question. Like that. Sometimes when you're into something, and then you have to explain it to someone who is completely on the outside, it becomes really difficult because there's so much sort of internal knowledge that sort of, oh, we have collectively built up an understanding of what something is that people on the outside can't understand it. Like, for example, try to explain what a meme is. Like, that's fucking difficult. Like, what is a meme to, like, grandparents or something? That's kind of the same thing. It's just like, if you know it, you know it, but it's never really been defined. So I'll try to sort of not define it, but tell what it is. Yeah, so in my interpretation. So it is a spiritual practice that dates back long ago from India. And that's sort of the origin of it. But it has been westernized as everything has. So now it's more of a sort of, it's still a spiritual practice, but I don't think anyone who practices it in India would recognize the stuff that is under the Tantra umbrella in the West. But it's a spiritual practice, and it's about sort of being present in what you do and being conscious in your approach to the world. And very much Tantra is associated with Tantra massage, which is a full body erotic massage. And very much of Tantra is about embodiment. So it's about sort of getting rid of body shame and being close and not intimate, as it's not sex oriented. Sometimes it is, but it's more sort of being about enjoyment and embodiment, and sort of it's a culture where there's very little body shame, so cuddling and touching and being close to each other is very much a natural thing. And that's kind of the Western world. That's how it is. So in a Tantra festival, there's a lot of sort of associated things like breath work and dancing, ecstatic dancing, singing, massaging, playfulness. There's a lot of playfulness. There's also sort of overlapping with shamanistic. So it's like embodied animal spirits and stuff like that. It's always very, very often all Tantra is almost exclusively sober events. So no drugs, no alcohol. It is also sort of then the burner environment has a lot of the same practices, but is definitely not that. So awareness domain, I don't know what awareness is. There's a lot of meditation as well. There's a lot of yoga practice. So there's a lot of things that sort of are sort of under this umbrella of Tantra. Even though it's not really Tantra, like yoga is not Tantra, but it's related. Breath work, not related. Pranayama. Meditation, not really. But it's all sort of, it's all under the umbrella of sort of spirituality and mysticism. And then the tantric part is compared to the other parts is more sort of, yeah, there's also a lot more embodiment, and it's a lot more sort of getting close to each other and doing like physical exercises. So 210 stream streak, self-exploration, and some crisp designs in and amongst. Thank you so much, Dudenbach, for 210 streams. That's really, and counting. Still here. Yeah, so that's really the thing. But you can also just see all sorts of things that are also branded as also tantric. Like tantric ropes is another thing where, like, I don't think that I think that anyone who is like traditional Japanese nawashi or shibari artist would be like, what? And in same with the Indian practitioners of Tantra would be like, well, what? But in Western perspective, it's just like, ooh, it's Oriental mysticism all jumbled up. Like, well, whatever. So a lot of things can just be put under a Tantra umbrella if you really want to. It's just it's become a buzzword. So there was actually some dancing where there was Tantra Fox, which was sort of foxtrot dancing combined with Tantra. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is getting absurd, how many things are going to be put under this very, very wide umbrella of Tantra. So yeah, okay, so even foxtrot can be tantric, but anything can be tantric. Like for me, now that I'm going down this path and it is sort of ranting time, for me, the stuff that is, I think there are two things in it for me, from a spiritual or a life perspective. Life perspective, I would say that Tantra advocates being present now. And like right here, be present at what you do, and don't sort of get bogged down by your past. Don't live in fear of your future. And I think that's incredibly powerful. There are so many people who are sacrificing their now for some illusory future. Like, oh, if I just work all my life now, then I can retire, and then I'll have money and time when I retire. Yeah, you'll also be 70 years old and near dead because you worked your entire life, and all the good years, they've been withered away, slaving at work so that you could live when you got older. Like, why live for the distant future when you forget the now? Or people who are stuck in the past, like they peaked in high school, or they still get stuck in their divorce 10 years ago, and they never moved on. So the tantric mentality is being present right here, which both is on a bigger scale. Don't get worn down by the past, and don't worry so much about the future, because you're right here. Only right now exists. But there's also sort of in the moment of just like, if you're doing something, do that with 100% intention. Don't do 10 things at once. And I think that's a beautiful thing, and it's also why you sort of like that tantric experience in a tantra massage is that is 100% present. Every touch is intentional, and it's it makes a big difference. And that's the one thing, that's the mentality and the life perspective. The other thing is that it's an amazing playground. There's something about going to an event, and you can go into an event and you can dance with someone, and you can go into someone, you can play like animals, or you can be wrestling, or you can do all sorts of weird things, a massage, or intimate massage, or anything, or have sex or whatever, but it's all just really boxed in a workshop slot. And it's like, you go in, you set your rules of consent, and the workshop has boundaries, and you play within that space. And when you leave that space, you go like, thank you, but there are no strings attached, which means it's an amazing playground for just all sorts of bodily fun, and just spiritual fun, and just kind of, it's very carefree because you're so present. It's just, we are not doing this exercise together because we're seeing if this is a date and we're going to be a couple. No, we're doing this because it feels good right now, and that's amazing. And then you can go after and like, that was a great experience, but you don't have any strings attached to each other just because you shared an intimate moment. So, yeah, gotta go to it. Yeah. The thing you generally do as a couple, or go there on your own? You can do it as a couple, sort of take that journey yourself, or as a couple, or as an individual. I go there both with my girlfriends or alone. This time I went there alone because none of them could attend. So, and then it's just, yeah, exploring for myself. But if you go there as a couple, you really have to set your boundaries. Are you open? Are you going to do exercises with other people? Are you going to do only non-sexual exercises with other people? Or how open are you going to be when are you going to do everything only as a couple? That's something that's really important to figure out before going into a festival as a couple. There's a lot of couples who get burned because they did not have the same expectations. It's kind of the same as going to a swinger club, except that it's less sexy and more emotional. So equally difficult, and equally risky. So you can do it as a couple, and you can do it as single, or you can do it as a couple, but go there as separate people. That's how I go when I go with my partners. So yeah, so that's like a little Tantra 101 for anyone. And it's, I don't know, it probably exists every major city, like, or every capital city, I would imagine, that has some kind of tantric community. I would think that the Nordics and Germany and Netherlands are probably the leading parts because it's more liberal and more open to sort of sexual expression than a lot of other places. So, and yeah, so I think that's it. So you're always welcome to ask these questions, and it's so thank you, Tempest, for bringing up a random topic. And it's of course a topic that I've been broached before, but it's always good to talk about it, and especially since I've just come off from 2 weekends of Tantra Festival. Then it's a nice opportunity to just ramble on about that. Hey Vitka, thank you for the 100 stream streak. Woohoo! 100. That's been that's a long time. You've been sort of sneaking it in until you hit the big 100. Wow, that's amazing. That's a long time. That's all of this year almost. Trey ranted about Tantra. Yeah, I mean, if you can be more specific, because we just ranted about Tantra, Dude in the Park. So if you want sort of, like, I'll share a little story. It's nothing to do with Tantra, but I thought it was extremely cute. So I met someone at the festival last week, and she was also there for the festival this week. And maybe she's watching. Who is also a gamer, and we of course talked gaming, and she was like, oh, I want to show you something really exciting. She got so excited, and she wanted to show me a clip. And post-streaming trends is now the norm, I guess. So she wanted to show me a clip. She was so excited. Just the excitement was enthralling, and it was a clip of her bugging out a Leviathan in Subnautica and killing it with a knife. And I was like, you have to be a special kind of nerd to be excited about that. and and it was like, I just got so, yeah, touched, because it was like, oh, it's my kind of person, my kind of person to get so excited about something as obscure, because you can't share that with a lot of people and be and have them actually be interested or find that cute or interesting or anything. But the excitement of of something of something like that, because you have this moment, and if you don't have anyone to share it with, you're like, and then you finally found someone, and just digging through the videos, it's just like, there we go, here's the video. It was just, yeah, it was really really cute. Loved it. And very nice to also meet someone at tantric events too, who are also, yeah, also gamers. It happens, especially sort of younger people. Yeah, but it was really nice. I had a good time. Yeah, so that's yeah, but that was not really about tantra, but just someone I met at the festival. Cool. So, and also I was wearing my Twitch hoodie, and of course she was recognizing true love. Indeed, indeed. It's at least something where it's nice to also be able to connect about something else. So yeah, and someone who actually understands what it is to be a content creator. That's also interesting, because not a lot of people understand how it works as a content creator, how the business model on Twitch and YouTube is, and that's nice to actually be able to talk to someone who understands that as a fellow gamer. So yeah, so that's nice. Yeah, I mean, this post trigger rant about is still like, I love that. Just cover the rant chat points. Yeah, right. Yeah, you can always just invoke that if you have some topic that you want to hear a rant about. Then I can usually whip up a rant, and if it's some topic that I don't want to rant about because it's too fucking depressing, then that's just too bad. That's your points wasted. You have to sit through another, I don't know, 100 hours of my stream to get another chance. I don't know how long it takes to gather 10,000 points. I have no idea. I have infinite channel points on my channel. Woohoo! So, if no more, I have 154 in the bank. I don't mind covering good renters. Nice. Coming back to Dyson Sphere program again? Yes, of course, Scrap Drink. Of course I have plans, but there's nothing to come back to. The hyper-threading or the multi-threading is not something that warrants a new playthrough. So for me, I'm waiting. I'm anxiously waiting. I'm impatiently waiting for new content to be added. And the fact that they are now releasing the thing that they've been working on the last half year or year or something, just kind of also means that the Dark Fog is not going to be like 2 months away. It's not going to be for Christmas, which is sad, because I really could use some Dyson Sphere in my life. It's a problem, because I was counting on it. I remember last year we were like, ooh, it's been a year now, so shouldn't it come out soon? But I was like, oh, I hope it doesn't come out and collide with Space Age. And now Space Age is a year old. Yeah, it's almost a year ago since I got access to Space Age. Then, yeah, and then and now would be a good time for something to happen, because Satisfactory is also dead and gone, and Captain Industry, man, I might give it a shot at some point, but it was just not really that. It just didn't capture me this time around. And then Dyson Sphere is the other big one, and then of course we're waiting for other good, cool things to come around. But it's been a while since there's been a great factory game like Dyson Sphere or Satisfactory. Like Factorio first, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere. Come on, give us another one. Give us another great one that we can throw another 1,000 hours into. I'd love to have a game that is. I'd love to have a game like Dyson Sphere. Captain is a Yeah, Captain Industry. I think Captain Industry. Problem with Captain Industry is that it's so niche. It's so difficult, and it's so therefore also so niche that it just doesn't have a wide appeal. Um, like it appeals to people who are already playing every factory game, and that's such a small niche. It Satisfactory got other people interested in this genre, and Dyson Sphere also got people interested in this genre that didn't play other games. And Captain Industry will get exactly 0 people who are not interested in the factory game genre already and have played all the other ones interested in it. So that's the problem. So therefore, that's why Captain Industry it's a hard one to go because it's hard to play, and it's a massive time investment, and it's not popular, and that's a shitty combination. Like if it was just one of those things that was missing, it was like super popular, then I wouldn't mind that it took a long time and be and was cumbersome. That's fine. That's Factorio, but it's not popular. If it's not popular, then it's like, okay, it's a niche game, like Shapes 2, for example. Yeah, sure, Shapes 2 is amazing, but it's a small game. So you play it, we do designs, we solve it, and then that's kind of it. So, and therefore, sort of, it doesn't have that particular. It's complex, it's big, it's time intensive, but it's not popular. That makes it really difficult for me as a content creator to sink my teeth into it. So that's why we have issues with Captain Industry. Yeah. I guess I should import plastic on Volcanus because chemical is hard there. I just moved over Volcanus and got the first science bottles, so I'm at the point where I think to ship plastic over to build a whole yeah, you can. You can ship it over. Plastic stacks really well on Rockets 2000, so it's very efficient to transport over from Glabber. I wouldn't transport it over from Larvus. I would make it on. I don't think. Yeah, I would make it on Volcanus for your needs, and then I would get it in there. Then I would get it in from Glabber once you have Glabber going, for example. So, you excited about Uconnect Splitter into Circuit Network? Not really. We're gonna take a look at it, and I don't really know what the utilization that would be. I guess it depends on kind of what kind of parameters you can set up for it, but I don't know. It's the thing, like, you're adding a feature for something that we found a way to solve all things, so maybe it's a solution looking for a problem. That's kind of how I feel. Couldn't you do coal liquefaction and just crack it to petroleum for plastic? Yes, that's kind of how you have to do it. That is how. There is no other way to do it. You can do that. That's it. So, I feel creating this type of game is so difficult, especially in terms of balancing and ideas like space age ideas, like challenging. I don't think this is a difficult game to make. The games are difficult to make, period. But among games, this is not it. This is a factory game is not a difficult game to make. You got all the assets, you have to make the assets, but if you sort of, no, it's not difficult. There's no, you don't need to multiplayer. You don't need like super high-end graphic style. It's all sort of very grid based, and it's also very deterministic. So, and of course, I'm not saying like it's piece of cake to make it, but among games, this is not the hardest part. It's not as simple, sort of technically, as Blueprints, for example. That seems like a technically pretty simple game. Like there's a lot of logic stuff going on, but it's not sort of, you're not going to be struggling with performance or anything like that. And the assets are pretty simple because you're moving around in a house like that. But making a third-person action RPG, that's fucking difficult. Multiplayer even, like that, I imagine is difficult. So yeah, see how we do Aquilo chips. Hey, Statstic, we have already done that, so we can do it. Speaking about Aquilo, great video about rare upscaling. You kind of left out how to get all the rare quality modules though. No, I didn't. We did that in a previous episode about quality modules. So that's, I just been assuming that it's been chugging along since we did that masterclass. Other than that, it doesn't, it's more difficult than other genres. No, I don't think it's a particularly difficult. I think that if you get into the satisfactory way, then yes, it's very difficult. When you're sort of the whole, because you have all the graphics of a 3D world to deal with and the performance, and you also have the actual performance of all the shitty machines that have to work everywhere all the time. So I think that there's like in Factorio, it's not the rendering that's the problem, except for stupid asteroids. It's the calculations that bogs it down. But in Satisfactory, it could be both. It could sometimes be the rendering of the entire factory, and sometimes be the actual factory chugging along that's constraining it. So I think that's Satisfactory is kind of very difficult because it's both of the worst of both worlds. So could choose the signal that you split to make smaller full Gorsuch belts for the new splitter. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I did it before heading to Clever. Yes, indeed. Yes. So someone remember it. So, yeah, let's jump on in to have a look at what we can do on, Aquilo, or towards Aquilo. We're not going to jump straight into Aquilo because we have a little bit of work to be done up front. Because we did this for the masterclass, and it's not working everywhere because there's some, for example, this isn't done. So I need to fix that. Earn Brian, thank you for the 21 months. That's first subscription for today. Nice to see a subscription. So we actually need to have all of these things put into our hub here instead of some other things. So what do we want? There we go. We have 10 things we need to get rid of. This bothers me that because these two kind of have to stay here because I need them for grids, but it also kind of annoys me that I'm building it with loss of 50% here. But this one I don't need, I think. And I don't need this. Because I don't want anything that isn't quality anymore for these things. What else do we know? Only want quality of this here. And this, only quality.
Our illustrious champion returns.
And only, no. Do we really want this one as quality? No. This one definitely only quality. Woohoo! Baldy, thank you for the 20 months. Diffuse, thank you for 80 months. Ooh, I love having that 80 months. So lovely. That I don't want either.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Okay.
Welcome home.
Do I want normal inserters? No, not really. I don't think so.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Don't want these either, right? Ooh, look at number 5. Thank you for 43 months. And Simple Cecil, thank you for 45 months. Only 45. Oh, this is definitely a thing that we don't want anymore of.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome
Yeah.
home.
There you go. Okay, so how many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we got 10 right now. Is there anything else we have that we only want in higher quality? That one.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And Slogor, thank you for the 7 months. The Hagen, thank you for the 15 months. And Foo Fighter Health, thank you for the 43 months. Ooh, look at that. It's single subscriptions. It's been a while since there must be a lot of subscriptions that have expired because there's a lot of subs that. Let's just do that. Boy, maybe I have no idea what that did. Yeah. Okay, so we actually have this. I don't need. And Sujin for the 60 months. Ooh, 100% of a hype train just only by normal subscriptions. That's very, very rare. That's a sign of that is honestly a sign that I'm playing games that no one's watching. Because when there are so many resubscriptions on a Sunday, that means the resubscriptions are not there the other days. And the reason why they're not there the other days is because people are not watching the other days. Yeah. So, unfortunately, that's how it is. Anything else I want here? Yeah, so now I actually have these two. And this one I'd actually like to have as built as separate. And I could build them up here. Hey, Otterbutter! Thank you for the Otterbutter 90. Thank you for 20 gift subs. Completing just like that, level 2. Cheers and thank you. And Airboss, thank you for the 6 months.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
So this one I'm not using, and this one I'm not using. And substation. So we're getting these. I'm kind of thinking about one thing though about this, is that there is a chance, or how do I say this? There's an argument as well for being able to equal to normal, and then just having this one just also provided here.
Welcome home.
Right, because it is producing. It's not though. Why is it not?
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
What's the hell? Oh right, it's got the. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work because it's actually gonna get stuck when it has enough of the this ones. Yeah. Leprechaun Horrors, thank you for the 8 months, and thank you Nis for 66 months. All right, nice. Thank you for supporting a train here. Maybe I take this out and instead make a little bit of a... Can I make 3 of these? Yeah, I can make 3 of these. Let me see, we need a... Yeah. Let's just see how this is working. So that gets into this one. It's a lot of flickering here. Yes. And that means, oh,
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
okay. So you're gonna go in here, and you're gonna go in here, right? That's red minus green, and that gets output what we want still to be produced. Good. And Hunter, thank you for the 80 months. Ooh, look at that. We're getting the 80 months online here. And then this would be that one, and certainly this one here.
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself.
There we go. And Zorn, thank you for the brand new subscription. Welcome. Okay, for the upcycler that has 6 assemblers around the recycler, it looks like you could squeeze a 4th assembler on the right side. It would not be symmetrical, but it would provide... Not provide... Yeah, okay, that's... Yeah, Factorio, that's the reason why I'm not. It would require extra, and then it's not... Like, if I add another one here, and then squeeze them down, then I'd need extra of all these, and that kind of defies the point. It also has to be able to insert into this, so no. New. Like that. Hype Train Tracker, 60 seconds left, 12 subs to complete level 3. If we want to continue on the train, then don't wait more than 30 seconds to get it. Also, it's very easy to get on the leaderboard at this point of the... so, there is that. And this will then continue until that one is greater than 0. Cool. Oh, as long as it's greater than 0. Huh? And Mondisak, thank you for the gift sub. Not quite enough to get this to a level, but thank you very much. That one, as long as that's greater than 0. Interesting why that's... And that was the hype train. Thank you for joining on the train. Huh. And Solden, thank you for the 4 months.
Loyalty is greatly appreciated.
But why is this one... Let me see. It is greater than 0, right? For this... for this one. Yes. As long as it's greater than 0, then produce. And greater than 0... is all the stuff that we don't have enough of yet. Yeah. Some of these don't exist because they are kind of getting replaced. Interesting how train stations are not working. How are the... Oh, that's because that was turned the wrong way. Oh no! What a silly little thing. Good. So we built a little extra thing up here, and I could theoretically build another one here if I needed it. Hold on, that's actually... That would be much nicer, wouldn't it? If I did this. Because these are exactly the same things. Yeah. Yeah. And... yeah, these don't mind spending the same one, right? I'm guessing there's a video that explains this city block style and how to use it. I'm curious about the benefits of the Star Power Force. Whoa, Sujin! Thank you for gifting 20 subs. 37 subs. That is so weird. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Why 5 minutes after the hype train? Or has that just been stuck in the hype in clearance hell? Because that seems very deliberate, not in a part of a hype train. So I'm just curious. And thank you very much for that arbitrary 37 gift subs. Maybe that's hitting a milestone for you? Let me see. No, not particularly. Okay, 37. 37. There must be a story to 37 5 minutes after the train ended. Definitely. Yeah, okay. Guessing there is definitely a video about the new city blocks, and I love it. The new city blocks are amazing. The reason for the star pattern is by necessity, more than anything else, because the core of the matter is that I need this pattern here because that's the maximum distance, and then just okay, now what? Now you have to set up. How are you going to power it? Well, that's not working. So you like this, but then it's not really rotational if you build it like this. But do you then also build it like this? Like that's the other alternative I had, but distance-wise, I don't even know if this is middle. No, it's not. It's not even middle. So. Maybe like this. I don't know. Where my subs didn't count towards the train. No, they didn't count because they came in 5 minutes late. Yeah, Sujin's hype train took 2 side routes, but wanted to get... Yeah, It didn't count towards the train because the train ended 5 minutes ago. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, maybe you're... Yeah, okay, you're behind. Oh, yeah. That sucks. But I very much appreciate it. And you're certainly... it doesn't even count towards the leaderboard either. That's weird. This is 17 subs for you. There we go. Now it's updated. Right, and then someone is invariably saying, legendary power poles. No. Legendary power poles are not an option because, well, sure you can get legendary power poles, but I don't know which ones you're going to use because then that has legendaries, then maybe like this. And then as well here. So yes, that works with legendary power poles, but when you have legendary power poles, then you're done with the game basically. So designing something for legendary power poles doesn't make sense. So basically I was sort of stuck with a lot of different patterns, and I had another pattern that I kind of liked, and then someone sort of suggested that we could do like this pattern here, just to make sure that this one got because okay, so another thing that I tried was setting it here and then setting it below as well, and that just, I really fucking hated it because this is nice and this one can be put somewhat in the middle, but what about that one? Is that going to be up or is that going to be down here? Like, both options are awful. This one is no, and this one's here, and then suddenly you get ugh. So this was not an option for me. It had to be something that looked nice on the cabling, and yeah. So in the end, max distance of normal power poles was the best option, and then I was like, okay, what are we gonna do about the rest? We want something that's symmetrical, and then it just came down to, you know what, this thing here, it's symmetrical, and then as I built it, then it just kind of came out as, oh, so then when we designed it, then all sorts of weird cabling here ended up being in place, and then like, oh, hold on a minute, this actually is not so bad. Then it does mess up some cabling here. But then it became a star pattern, and I was like, hold on, this looks amazing. So I liked the star pattern because it looked amazing and it did the job that couldn't be done. Like, my priority was it had to be symmetrical, rotationally symmetrical. It had to be contained within the confines of the path, and it had to be something that could be done with normal power, normal quality. So relying on saying, oh, here's a pattern, but you must get uncommon or rare quality, that was just not an option. So, oh, you're on the cell phone. Ah, right, that's why it's searching. But thank you very much. Lupin with common items, players can always upgrade later. Exactly. So, if you're going for 1 million SPM, legendary is the start. No, it's not really. It's not. It really isn't. And I did complete the 1 million signs per minute, and there's less work from 1 million, from legendary everything to there than there was from everything to legendary everything. Legendary everything is the, like, I think that if you want to sort of stage it, then there's completing the game where most people end. Legendary everything is the next phase, and 1 million signs per minute is the next phase. And whether they're equal long, maybe, but getting from the end of the game to legendary everything is the biggest step up. That's the stuff that takes the most time. It looks good and it's not overly expensive. Exactly, because it's just power poles, and who cares? And it has a nice grit to it, except that one. Right. So, and it, another thing is that it doesn't intersect very much with with everything else. So if I was using substations, then I could maybe do something, but yeah, I can allow it to use that corner because I'm not going to use that corner for buildings anyway. I'm not going to be building anything in the corner anyway. I mean, I'd really want to build like this as closest to the corner as possible. So yeah. What about 3 substation unit parts? Oh, I love that you're asking this. Thank you. Because it activated my trap card. So where am I going to place these? Below? Yeah. So it's not 3. This was also something I was looking at. But here's the next thing. When do you get substations? You don't have substations immediately. You want to build the city blocks before substations. So even though this is working, I was looking at a lot of other options here. Like this is working. Absolutely. But then you can't build it until you have substations. And it would also be a nice grid. I mean, it's not an awful idea, but I did sort of decide that I wanted it to be like, this is also a nice grid. I guess, isn't it? It would look nice also with that one. Like, oh my god, we gotta change everything. Let's just get it up here. That looks nice. Looks nice as well. I was sort of thinking about, okay, should I... But then I could sort of get this in here, and yeah, so then... like, this is also very, very viable as well. But again, I want to build it for my starter base on Nilaus, and my starter base starts up way before I have substations. So, that was... that's why it wasn't an option for me to use substations. I did explore these options, but in the end I opted for something that did not require that. As an irresponsible spaghetti monster, I don't build city blocks until later and then kick myself for waiting too long, rinse and repeat. Yes, I think a lot of people do that, so... yeah. There you go. Restored. Depends on whether... What? I like using substance grid, make an interesting tile pattern, provide some power to the interior, improve quality, just means more coverage. Yeah, that's a really good point, especially with the quads there part, yeah. Depends on whether you want to cheat by excluding Glaber and Prometheum science. Yes, that's easy then. Ah, right, yes. It's true. If you just like I ran a marathon. I mean, I ran 5 kilometers, and then if I just done that 8 times, then it would basically be a marathon. So you could say I ran a marathon. That's not how it works. You have to run the whole marathon. It can't be like you ran 5 kilometers 8 weeks in a row and then you basically ran a marathon. That's not how it works. And that's kind of what I feel like when people share megabases without Prometheum science and without Glaber science. They're like, you're not doing it. Student, I did pop a question before the student span. I haven't caught up on Silksong, so not sure if the status. Should I then scrolly? No, I can't scroll up, so you have to repost it. Repost your question, then I will happily answer, unless Sujin does an untimely spam again. Untimely spam. Hello, Kitty. What's up? Okay, so let me take these things and put them... Shut up, kitty. I didn't want to kill the train by asking, but did we have any time left from last week's post-festival epidemic train? Yes, we did. But I didn't use them for this. So I thought it was an actual genuine question about Silksong. Okay, so here's another thing. This one also shouldn't be here now. Why is that not working? Why is this so weird?
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Yeah. There you go. I want to bring this up. And Sabit, thank you for the 4 months. Establish that mega basing Promethean will crash your game. No, it won't crash your game. It'll just slow it down. It's not that bad. I really don't think it's that bad. I mean, obviously, 2 million science is little out of reach, but I don't think it is not prohibitive from playing the game. It just slows it down. And that's the beauty of Factorio. Yeah, turning off the particles was a big save. Yes, particles for weapons and asteroids, yes. Okay, so this thing here. Oh, I didn't need 3 in a row, actually. Just need. And let me see. This is because this one here. No, heat exchangers. No, turbines? What? What is... Why am I building heat exchangers? What is this used for? Boilers. What are the boilers used for? Ah, that one. Yeah, heating towers. Okay. Which really shouldn't be called heating towers, but more incinerators would be a better name.
Welcome home.
There. So you're begging for that one. And Gynacube, thank you for the tier 3, 53 months. Very much appreciated. And welcome back. Good to see you. Yo. Yeah, so heating towers are the ones that need it. And also heat pipes. Okay, so we also need heat pipes. Yes. So this has to be here. And, oh, it can't be here because there's that one in the way. So off to somewhere else. And this should not be enabled here. This should just not. Oops. Go. In here. And oh, it can't be that one either. No. Oops. Yeah. Because you are not going to be outputting. You're simply going to be inputting here. Yes? Copy, paste. Because I don't want this in an output box. I want it here. You are going to be... Nope, you will not be constrained like this. You'll just be constrained to be one box. Yeah. This one is also needing normal batteries. That's here. So that's also going to be like a tiered one. Oh shit, that's needing another one of these. That doesn't... Then I guess that could be here. Right? Yes. And this one, just one box. Gotcha. So that's these 4 done. This one is not really needing anything exciting. So it can just be put here. Copy, paste. And again, just a single box here. And rocket. We'll build it here. Weird. Copy, paste. Why are gears not available? That's so weird. And that should also just be a single box. This one not enabled. And flying robot frames. Ugh. Yeah, flying robot frames are going to be a problem. I got the master of the path being sorted on Patreon. Thank you. I was about to ask you, but then I thought I don't want to be putting pressure on you like, hey, did you get the shit done? But thank you very much for getting that done. And thank you very much for your continued, very loyal support. It very much means, it means so much to me. So I was like, when you're saying that there was something that's iffy, I was like, oh, okay, I hope it all clears up. So thank you for that. What? That's a lot of copper. Why is the copper not working? Oh, it is working. It's just not working very well. Okay. And then the only problem we have is the flying robot frames. Because we do need a lot of flying robot frames here. This thing here is using 8 per second? 8 flying robot frames per second? That seems like a lot. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's just not really happening. Yeah, we have a little bit of an issue. I need 8 flying robot frames and 8 flying robot frames here. And yes, some of it will get recycled, but that means 6 plus 6, so it's 12-ish flying robot frames per second. That's a monstrously big build just to keep this going. Will you update the blueprint for or something for us to change manually? I think I want to update it because I also just realized now that this is not working here. This one. Like, this is no good. And I'm kind of seeing some other patterns here because if we look at the spaceship parts, these ones, they are also going to be struggling for electric engine units. So I think that we both need more electric engine units and we need more flying robot frames, which is like if I start just relying on these 3 assemblers making this, then it's not really going to work. And we're going to need a lot of this, and it's going to be a continuous work for us to keep making more of the crushers here. And particularly the colliders and this one. No, this doesn't take engines, right? No engines here. But engines, and this one also engines, right? Yeah. So we need a lot of engines now, and we need a lot of flying robot frames for this. So I think that it actually needs to be like a separate unit over here, or maybe even this one. That's gonna be reserved for flying robot frames. I'll put this out here. So how are we going to do this? I think we need to do like a basic design for this, but it has to be supporting this. Oh, right. Seriously. I repurposed the yellow science robot frames for some of that. Yes, that makes sense. That's a good point. Oh, I don't even have the yellow signs here. Ah, versions, man. Annoying. Luckily, we have it in some kind of blueprint. I hope. Hello, good. Yeah, but that's... It doesn't help me. Okay, so let's see. We want to make this. I'm looking at some kind of pattern. Like this. That's not even close to enough. That is not even close to anything. It's so bad. Okay, this is... Okay, this is crazy because I'm a little bit surprised at how bad it is. I forgot how bad it is. Yeah. This one also requires... It's only 1-to-1. So 1 here into 1.7 here. So if I build it like this, we have a large surplus here. You could use rare assemblers and yeah, but then that's implying that I built all of this and then build this. But actually I should be building this together with this part here. So I'd rather build it as good as I can and then say, and then upgrade it if you want to. So I think I should build it this way. This one I honestly don't know what to do with. Because this, if I take this out, then it's easy. The easiest thing in the world to do this thing here and go like, yeah, look at that. That's my coal coming in. But that's also a little bit unfair to assume that coal just magically comes in here. Right? So if I didn't get it in here, I would have to sort of get it in on some belts somewhere. Like it could be like saying, hey, these 2 belts are actually going to be out in here and going up. But on the other hand, this is only like, this is not even 60, so this could be like 1 green belt. So if I get 1 green belt, then it should be fine as well. Why is this one not here? That's strange. Ah, right, I get it now. Because this is the first thing that happened. So we did not have the greens yet, but we do now. So okay, so that can kind of be taken out here and ignored. Hey, watching this from Denmark while on vacation. Hello, Aquilo. Hey, Banjo, good to see you. And why you are in Denmark on vacation? It seems like an absurd thing to do. Do you have any news regarding new Factorio expansion content? Yes, there is no news, and there will be no expansion. So, No more expansions. That's the last we know is that they don't intend to make more expansions. So that's what we know. Visiting family. That is absurd. Absolutely, it is. It is. It should not exist. It does. Maybe it even doesn't even exist. It's a hoax. So anyway, forgot my break. I'll take it now. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay. I'm from Malmö. I was just in Malmö. I've been in Malmö all weekend. So just got home to Illusory, Denmark. Does Nilaus have a video aimed at returning players who are going to try Space Age for the first time? I have a whole Let's Play series of 50-something episodes. So I don't have like a one, here's everything you need to know to get started with Space Age in 25 minutes or less. Like, share, and subscribe. I should have. Worth, thank you for the 12 months. Much appreciated. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like it for a million reasons, but mainly because it sucks. It'll be something like this. That would be... So if I did this... 75, that's not a problem. 25, 10, 5... Like, here's another problem. How do we get the 5 of these? Oh, this is just a headache I just don't want to deal with. This is unbelievable how awful this is. I just don't want to deal with this. Can I just not deal with it, please? That is so awful. Like, how little this actually produced. Well, it's actually not bad. It's also just not great. Oh, that sucks. Because the problem with this is that now I have to figure out how to get 25 in here. And I have to get 10 of these, and I don't even have any batteries built, so that's another thing. I don't have the engines unit built either, and it's just kind of, it's getting away from me. And then this could, for example, be that. But on the other hand, that would also be like way overscaled. Not way overscaled, actually. It's producing 7 and I need 5, so... Eh. It's now only producing 3.5, which is not much. But the problem is everything in here has to come in from... robots, and I'm like, yeah, 10 plus 7 plus 5, that's like something, and this 17 is awful, and these 5 that I don't even have, like, it just kind of, it kind of gets into something different. Because that begs the next question of, what is it actually I want to do here? Yeah, totally need a mechanical planet. Yes. Wonder who suggested that before. Yes, I mean, that guy must be brilliant who suggested that. We really need a mechanical planet and a mechanical plant to do these things here more efficiently with 50% productivity built into a mechanical plant. Yep. It wouldn't make sense if it was Fulgora, right? Like, that's full of scrap things, but you know, Fulgora is now the electronic part. But then a mechanical machining part would be lovely, because this is something that has massive build time. So I don't. Okay, let's take a step back, because what's happening now is that I start building this as a hack, and then I bring in everything by robots, and then I'm like, oh, but doesn't that mean I also need this one? Okay, but I also need this one, and I also need, and then I'm like, well, if I'm gonna be sort of building a block for batteries and a block for greens, which I can always do, then I should maybe also just build the blocks for engines, another block for this one and this one. But then how am I gonna get things inbound? Should everything be built sort of on demand? Should I then take a clean city block and then say, okay, if I have a clean city block and I get lava inbound and maybe some well, I'm not gonna take calcite in. Calcite will always be by robot because it's so low quantities. Then I might be like, okay, let's make a block and just be able to stamp it down. You feed it lava and maybe coal. Coal because we need it for lubricant, or we maybe fly lubricant, I don't know how much. And then everything else has to be built from that. Not everything, but green circuits, like all the things here, if we look at it, this is just iron and copper. Iron, copper, and sulfur. Okay, and then lubricant. So we need sulfur and lava, and then the lubricant in for this. Right there, just cover the yellow science block and remove the science part. Yes, but that's not using very. That's not very efficient usage, right? Of the area. But I do get it. But then I think that what I should be doing is designing another city block that just makes flying engineers from like this one inbound, and then that's it. Like, I think this should be this would be doable, right? And it would be better than this. Not a hell of a lot better, but somewhat better. So what do we think? Because the strength of Volcanus is that you don't need logistics because you can build everything on the spot. The disadvantage of that is that you end up having green circuits built here and here and here and here, and that can't really be that effective. On the other hand, if I have one central plant making green circuits, I need to transport it to all over the place, and that sucks. So that would be because that would require trains and train schedules and all that stuff that we can't really do because, you know, lava. So the advantage would definitely be building everything from scratch. Like, just basically saying, as long as you can get lava into a city block, and then sometimes you also need to get sulfur, sometimes you need to get coal, and calcite will always just be brought in by a robot. Then means that we can take the city block and say, oh, it's going to be sulfur intensive, so let's make it here. Oh, it's going to be coal intensive, so let's make it. There's some coal somewhere. I don't know. There's some coal somewhere. I have no idea where. Why do I not see coal anywhere? There's definitely some coal somewhere, right? Down here, then we build it near where we want it, and lava is always available somewhere. Linear J, thank you for the 80 months. Ooh, 8 metric years, nice.
Champion
Thank you.
Home.
Need liquid circuits. Yeah, the problem with this design is that when something needs red or blue circuits, then I want to bring those in by robots, because generally red circuits are used in lower quantity and blue in even less quantity, and they require plastic. So if I have to build the whole thing on the spot, then it would be quite a significant build, as you can see here. And yeah, it's a bit. When I get to 105, I'm going to switch to hexadecimal for obvious reasons. Are you sure it's for obvious reasons and not for obnoxious reasons? Yeah, my hex is a little bit rusty now, so you're gonna have to walk me through this, what this means. But I'm happy that you're saying when you get to 105, because that means that you expect to stick around for 25 additional months. That's 2 more years. That's lovely. And it's more than... Yeah. Charge you for math lessons. You're sure. You do that. Hello, Draco Falcone. Welcome. All right. You'll be streaming for in 25 months. Ah, yes. That's another question here, which is funny because it's something that has a little bit forcefully been coming up in my life. Like, how long am I gonna keep streaming? There's a first-time chatter. Q count. Sorry, I have one question. Don't be sorry, and welcome. Question about streaming, since I'm a new streamer. You only stream and post content on Twitch and YouTube. I was thinking about other platforms too, or is that too much hassle and not worth it? I don't think I'm very representative, because my audience is also as old-fashioned as I am. So me creating content, or let's say it the other way around. I'm fucking lazy as a content creator. I don't do shorts, which I should. I don't do TikToks, I should. I don't do Instagram, I should. I don't do Facebook, I should. I don't stream on Kick or whatever. I don't do gambling advertisements, which I should if I wanted to sort of optimize. So, there's a million things that I should be doing. I should be much more active on having a Twitter / whatever fascist regime platform this now is. I should be doing all of these things, but I'm not, because I'm just, I do this and I like it, and I'm okay with not growing, and I don't need to be always striving for growth. I'm really happy with where I am and what I do. So I am, in every sense of the word, an absolute horrible example of someone to copy and mirror off of as a new streamer, because that's not what I did when I was new. I was streaming a lot, but long and short of it is, how do I say this most succinctly? The number of platforms you stream on will not be the deciding parameter whether you will be a success or not. It's that simple. I think it's not about, oh, I'm streaming on 17 different platforms. So fucking what? The only watchers on all your 17 platforms are your own bots and chat. That's not, focus on the content, not on the delivery mechanism. There are plenty of views on YouTube for you to make a living on, but you have to find them. There's plenty on TikTok. There's plenty on Twitch. There's plenty everywhere. You're not reaching market saturation anyway. So having more platforms is not the deal breaker. It's not what's going to make it for you. It's the content. It's the branding. It's whatever else that you deliver. And like, for me, it would make sense to stream on YouTube, because then it would sort of be more synergistic with my YouTube channel. But I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket, so it's from a business strategic perspective that if I lose my YouTube channel, then I still have Twitch. If I lose my Twitch channel, I still have YouTube. So I don't want to be putting all my eggs in one basket. And some people prefer one platform, some people prefer the other platform. And for me, there's also like, there's a camera on Twitch, there's no camera on YouTube. There's a different delivery mechanism, or different artistic expression in each platform. So that's I get stuck on 200 viewers. You're jail. I mean, it's nice. I have no idea. Just create a botnet with 50k nodes. Yes, just do that. Clearly, the funny thing was when Twitch actually cracked down on bots, and then suddenly they had to report that their view numbers were declining by 20%. I don't know what. And it was like, oh, that kind of sucks. So it turns out that they have a perverse incentive to actually have more view bots, because advertisement is like, oh, look at that. If you advertise here, you get this access to this many views. And we're growing year over year, except the growth is primarily bots, and the streamers, all the viewers that you're streaming, you're reaching with your ad revenue or with your ad impressions, they're mainly bots. So yeah, mostly sub to you on Patreon. Yes, that's my bread and butter. Don't take much more time. Thanks up. Oh, I love getting distracted when I'm about to do some annoying design that love to be distracted. So thank you for distracting me. To find out what exactly I'm going to stream besides yeah. Again, it's not what you stream, because no matter what you stream, other people will be streaming it as well. So I would, my one advice to new creators is that you must be able to succinctly answer the question, why should anyone watch you and not any of the 9 million other people on Twitch or 100 million other on YouTube? Like, you have to be able to answer that question. Why you and not anyone else? If you can't answer that, your audience won't know either. And if you can answer that, then you should focus on that being your brand and that being sort of why they get there. So there was that celebrity that I am too old to know who set a stream and boasted that he this is stream with bots because everyone does it. Oh, right. Perfect. Yeah. One more question. Is it going to help me decide on why and what? Yeah, you can ask one more question. Sure. I hate when people ask, not hate, but like, can I ask a question? You already did. So just ask a question. I can just gracefully ignore it if I don't want to answer your question anymore. That's the prerogative of a streamer. I can just pretend that I didn't see it and then just actually start playing the game again. You can ask one more. Okay, so yeah, I like this idea about going from base materials to finished product everywhere, like this, for example. But I don't think I want to do it now. I think I want to go for some Aquilo stuff because I'm more interested in Aquilo. But I think we need to do something on Volcanus to have like a number of blueprints that are from zero to hero of for basically all materials, like batteries and not plastic, we got that, but like batteries and engine units and flying robot frames, you know, those kind of things where we're like, oh, we need that. Let's stamp down a block. You got it. What is your favorite method for early game medium worm removal? Oh, we actually looked at that yesterday. It was like painfully simple. It's just worm killer module. 1 is for taking out normals, small worms. 2 is for medium worms, and 4 can take out a big worm. It's stupid, but it just works like that. That's my favorite way. Yeah, more guns, more DACA, more DACA. Cool. Spaceships. Spaceships. Aquilo Corvette, done. I don't think this is done. I think it's almost done. And then we ended the stream. Yeah, so this is a special blueprint because it uses this trick that I came up with. It's pretty freaking amazing. But you must be using this trick. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Because this one has ghostly ammo put in. So you can, so when you stamp down this blueprint, your personal robots will fill it up with ammo, which is necessary because you need to build it fast. So yeah. Right. I feel that there was something missing on this ship. Where are you going? Oh, this one's just floating around. Nice. Okay, so I guess this ship is working. What are we going to Volcanus for? Yeah, that's weird. Why are we going to Volcanus? Oh, right. Let me think about why I did this. Right, okay, I get it. This one is saying, this interrupt. So it's hanging out at Aquilo until any of the stuff from any of the inner planets is 0 on the spaceship. There's still a buffer on the planet, but now the buffer on the spaceship is gone. Then it will immediately trigger 1, 2, 3, 4, an entire round trip on inner planets. That's why it goes there, even though it's not missing anything from here. It was just missing something from one of them. Probably here. No? Ah, stone. Huh. That's why. So because it keeps missing stone, then it's not. It's just keeps circulating. Nice. Okay, so that means we just need to get stone on the network from Navis. Is that even a thing? Man, good old. There you go. That's definitely stoneable. And back to the Aquilo Corvette, and then I'll check chat in a second. Fulgora, yeah, so now it's triggered again. Fulgora. Hold on. This is not correct. Oh no. This one should also be circuit condition. Oh shit, this has to be an AND condition. Any request 0. Isn't that the same as this one? Isn't any request 0 the same as either of these? Any request 0. Let's try that. Okay, let's go there and then see if this one triggers. Okay, let me look at chat for that one. One more question there. So here's the thing. Do you think there is any chance with variety streaming anymore, since you say there are so many people streaming, and maybe, yeah, what you stream is not as important as how and why you stream? But I want to ask, isn't switching games every day week going to hurt your current new stream? It's going to hurt everyone. Like, this is what's holding me back from deciding what I should focus on. My Twitch is one game genre. Follow the wall text. No, I appreciate it. Yes, variety streaming makes it harder, because in order for you to be a good variety streamer, you have to, as a personality, carry the stream. So you have to have great personality, for example, is a good way of getting attention. And if you don't have that said great personality, you gotta have something else that keeps people coming back, despite your, but if you're like a speedrunner and you're the best at this game, then people will come because they want to watch the best at this game. But when you start playing something completely different, then people will be like, oh, I'm just watching you for speedrunning. It's the same thing I have. Then for me, I was a Factorio streamer, and then over several years, I expanded to be a factory streamer, and that's it. I can't expand. I do variety streams, but there's a massive difference between the popularity of my off-meta stream and my in-meta stream. So I can stream Factorio and it's relatively popular, or I can stream Silksong because I want to play that, and it's just woefully unpopular, and it will never be popular because I'm not the best Silksong player. I'm horrendous at it. But the people who like the community and like my style and like my rambles and rants and my good looks, of course, I don't know why, but probably not a lot. Okay, so this doesn't work. Oh, it could work. Then they would still watch when I play another game because they want to see my approach to getting to know that kind of game. And then you can say stuff like Valheim is a little bit outside the niche, but it's still kind of sort of in the proximity of the game. So colony sims could also sort of be a further expansion of the actual just factory games, from being factory game to being from a Factorio streamer to a factory streamer to a simulation streamer. Like, that's how you can expand gradually. So yeah, but I do think that it's just progressively harder to become a content creator because the bar is getting raised and that everything is saturated. Doesn't mean it's impossible. It's always possible, but it's harder to break in. So yeah, so the answer is yes, it will hurt you at being a variety streamer. But on the other hand, what will hurt you more is you forcing yourself to play a game you don't want to play. Thanks for you on YouTube. I have a question. I probably asked you 100 times already, but early game, when do you start transitioning to 50-50 city blocks? Immediately. I have it in mind. I stamp it down immediately. Like just getting as soon as I place the first things, then I start placing the ghost images so that I know where my city blocks are going to be, because I start working on the first city block very, very early. So yeah, even before you have the power poles to make it, I just outline it so that I know where to go. How are you handling iron and copper for Aquilo? Space platform, right? Oh, that's a good point. Let's explore that. Yeah, Snaptrigger doesn't take any research. Nope. Did it work? Yes, it did. It did work. Nice. So it did create a new command based on any requested 0, because this one requested 0. Then it triggered. Cool. So I think this works. I would like to see that it goes to novice, picks up the 500 that's missing, and then goes back to Aquilo and then gets stuck there. Then I know that it works. But that's going to take some time. In the meantime, we will investigate the ship. There's something I really dislike about this ship. That this is not possible. Like, I need it. But I'm like this. This is ugly, and it bothers me so much. This space here. I don't know what to put there. Because solar panels maybe don't really make sense, but it's kind of the only thing that I can put here. Well, okay, that's not the worst idea. It's just awful when things are not, when they're not symmetrical. So I love this ship. I think it works really well. We do have to build it after we get stack inserters and Mark III here. Mark III productivity modules. That's the only condition. And then it has been moving back and forth for a long time, so we know that it's working. This thing here is... It's throttling the speed. You can see disabled, working, disabled, working, disabled. So it's just... I have a few accumulators. I can think there, just 2 accumulators. There you go. Why not? Then it becomes a little silly where we just start placing them everywhere. Like, oh, there's a little space here, another space here. But whatever, that's what they are there for. Right. That's a 3x3. This is not a 3x3, so we can go like, this is the thing, right? Is this worth it? Or is it just going to be cluttering the impression of what the hell's going on here? Like, we can put these in wherever we want, but yeah, this one has to affect this, this, and this, and this, but not that one. Some of the things to rare because we're producing them now on Volcanus. No, I'm not, because I want this to be available with lowest quality, and I want to show that this is working. If you don't have the rare quality, then I'm saying you just need to get a little bit of uncommon quality here, and that's it. But it has to be working with only uncommon quality collectors and solar panels. And anything above that, that just makes it better, faster, stronger. So that's my idea for this. I think it makes sense. Minus 16, minus 52. Okay, so there is a deficit here. So now it's launchable. Yes, it is now launchable. But I would also say that, sure, why not just upgrade it? Because then you can get faster or better production of ammo. And that's the one that holds it up for another round. Why is it stuck? Oh, yeah, that one. 10 launches on Novice. Is that just got to be like a flurry of... No, they should be launching. Ah, they're just waiting for the last bits here. 500 in each. Yeah, they're just charging at these locations, intermediate locations. So it's just the last robots here. Need to go in and then they'll start launching. Oh, what is this? Why? Why are we launching so many space platform starter packs? Ah! Who is getting that? Someone is requesting those. That makes no sense. Like, that, no sense at all. Who is on Novice? Swallow. Is there a reason for shipping stone versus bricks? Yes, there is a good reason for it. That's the reason, foundation. What are you doing? Like, why is it here? Who is requesting a space platform? Oh, requested by Old Outer Planet Frigate. Old Outer Planet Frigate, you bastard. Oh. Well, I have a plan. Maybe it's this one. I don't know. It's probably the other one. Yoink. That's so abrupt. Luckily we have... No, there's no undo button. Huh. Well, too bad. Let's look at volcanoes again. Yeah, okay, they ditch these. No, they don't. Requested by Interrupts Storage. God damn you. Why are you requesting this? This makes no sense why this is requesting. Isn't that odd? Interrupts storage. Yeah, cancellation, yes. Interrupt storage. Why is this one requesting anything? This makes no sense. Old Inner Planet Freighter. Why? Why do they want that? I think it might be... Maybe it's because they were created... Ah, okay, I think I know. I think it's because I created it, maybe I just stamped down the blueprint immediately, and then they were sort of like, oh, you need this one. So let's see if I remove it, if they get recreated, those demands. No. Okay, so it was like a probably like because of the way I built it. Yeah, edit mode. I think it's a edit mode thing. And let's see, the Corvette is heading out. We got the stone moving into Aquilo. This was just something I was setting up here. It's Spooktober. I also wanted to play this game, but when I read it will never be on sale, I lost interest in purchasing. Good afternoon, all. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Congratulations, Ranger Sci. It is. That is the stupidest thing I've heard in a long time. So congratulations, and I've heard some pretty stupid things lately. Wow. It's never on sale. That just pretend that it's 30% more expensive, and then it's on sale. That is crazy. Like, why? This is this. It reminds me of back when I had a wife, and she went out shopping and came back and said, "Oh, I got these new boots. They were 50% off." I'm like, I don't give a shit how much they were off. How much did they cost? Oh, they cost 2,000 kronas. Like, then it's a 2,000 kronas boots. It's not a 4,000 krona boots that you got 50% off. It's the fucking price that matters. It doesn't matter if it's a discount. So pretend it's $60 and then invent your own discount for whatever it costs. Right? Like, it is. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, people get tricked by the sale. It's like, it's not a sale. It's the price. Gotta be rage bait. Maybe it's rage bait. I don't think so. Yeah. I want to have fun because they don't make it cheaper ever. Yeah, it was just. Isn't that amazing? Like, isn't it amazing to think about, like, this is going to be the price, and it might go up in the future because there's more value to it, but they will never go down. So it's not like you're buying it and then next Christmas it's going to be cheaper. You know that you're never going to be getting a bad deal. This will always be a good deal to buy it. Like, because sometimes you just look at a game and go like, I wonder if there's like a 50% discount soon. For example, I bought Hollow Knight right before Silksong came out. And I was like, okay, it would be likely that Hollow Knight would be on sale when Silksong comes out. Because you kind of want to promote the old game. Like, hey, also play our old game. So there I might be like, have a little bit of a nagging feeling like, oh, I'm going to pay full price for this game, but it's probably going to be on sale. So should I wait until this? Of course I wouldn't be doing that, but that's really a logical thing to think like, oh, I'm going to miss out on a sale. Like, no one buys electronics up to Black Friday or Cyber Monday because everything is going to be discounted then, and which of course means that everything is going to be inflated before that, so they can make a discount on that day. But that means that you're sort of, oh, I don't want to buy something now because it's almost Halloween and Cyber Monday and there's probably going to be good discount, so I don't want to buy something now. And that's a shitty incentive to have. It's much better to know that with Factorio, this is the price. It'll never be different. Many people only buy on Cyber Monday. Sure. Do you get a discount? Probably not. I just waited a year for a sale price, then read that it wasn't going on sale, so just gave up. Yeah, but why? Why is it too expensive? I think it's a mentality thing of just feeling like, oh, money saved is money earned, and I don't have to pay taxes on the money I earn, my save, so that counts double, or whatever. That's not how it works. You spend the money, and that's the money you spend. Mentality thing. It clearly is. It's clearly a mentality thing. Yeah, so, well, at least you know that then you don't get to play Factorio, the greatest game there ever was, because you don't want to pay $5 more for it. That's a really interesting discounts. Yeah. Yeah, it gives you a Steam card, yeah, but then you want to use it on something that is on sale already. Right. Oh, this works, by the way. This Aquilo thingy works. So we have a spaceship. This is the Aquilo Corvette, and it works. Is this one correctly? Yeah, it's only reading temperature 700. This one's only inserting when it's less than 600. That's one of the hottest takes I've heard of Victoria. Yeah. I think that it's also interesting to think about like how amazing value games are. We have, and it's, I will not compare it to movie tickets because it's not a good comparison. That is something different because that's also way too expensive, so forget about it, and no one goes to the movies anymore, because why the fuck would they? But there's incredible value even on very expensive games if you play them all the way through. The problem is when you buy games and don't play them, or buy games and play them for 3 hours, then it's not a great deal most of the time. Plus, it's very easy to buy games, so you can easily just end up buying games and not really using them for anything. It just kind of sucks. So thinking about a game like Factorio, you know that it's going to be fun, you know that it's going to be lots of hours of entertainment. Okay, it's still going to be an amazing value. You're really going to struggle to find anything that gives you as good value for money as buying Factorio, if you feel that that is value for money, of course. But towards free games where the cost tends to be higher to grind or microtransactions. Yeah, I can understand that. When a game is free, then it's like, it's not free. What's the catch? Oh, right. The catch is that you buy skins. Okay, fair enough. I mean, you can play League of Legends, for example, without buying anything ever, but they still make money off it, right? May eventually buy Factorio, but I may use a gift card from holidays. Sure. It's technically on sale depending on how bad inflation is. That's an interesting perspective. Or is it? Is it the other way around? Money becomes worth less. Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It's other countries, our prices are doubled, but we have an almost permanent 1+1 free sale. Yeah. That's so annoying. It's particularly annoying now we rant about discounts. I need a lemon for something, but you can't buy 1 lemon. You have to buy 3 lemons. And I'm like, so you buy 3 lemons, but you don't need 3 lemons. You need a lemon because you need to squeeze lemon into something. I'm like, now I have 2 lemons that I don't know how I have a use for, because why? Margaritas, body tequilas, yes. Like, that was just something that comes to mind where it's like, just let me buy 1. Like, I only need 1. It's don't tell me 3. Yeah. Also, another thing I hate about discounts, now you triggered that stupid rant, is haggling. I absolutely hate being places where the sticker price is not what you're supposed to pay for it. And I don't understand it. In a place like Denmark where you think that you wouldn't be haggling about things, but like even a house, you're supposed to make an offer. A car? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't think they really can do anything. But a used car, sure. But a new car? I think they just have list prices. But I don't know. I don't know. And there's just so many things where I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the sticker price, I'm not interested. But if you really spent the time, you could probably get a sizable discount. But I don't want to. If I like the sticker price, I buy the sticker price, and then I'll be the idiot who paid the sticker price. But I'm just not gonna be standing here like, well, I don't think that's worth it. Fuck off. No. Cause I thought it was about the add-ons you get with it, maybe something. Yeah. So. Yeah. It's kind of. Yeah. That's something I hate about discount, because that means that the most annoying people get the largest discounts. Like that's annoying. I don't like that. I don't like that. That it's rewarding annoying people who clock up the line and go, well, actually, could I? And the thing is, like, you can probably get more discounts if you're really pushing it, like in clothing stores and electronic stores and stuff like that. They probably can give you discounts, like for white goods as well. Like, oh, I need to buy something for I need to buy a dishwasher and a washing machine and a microwave oven and an oven. Okay, make a package deal, something, and then you get the package deal, and they were like, "Oh, we'll throw in the microwave for free," and something like that. And I'm like, I can't be bothered with that shit. I don't want to do that. Who made a shattered spaceship that only runs on solar power? No, I did not. I don't watch Reddit. It's too depressing.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Tempered Fox, thank you for the 51 months. Okay, this ship is done. Let's take a blueprint of it and put it under the spaceships. Do we have one that's called spaceships? Spaceships! Spaceships! I'm happy. And also medium freighter, and this is the Aquilo. Corvette. It's a Corvette. It should have a spaceship sign. No, not. Yeah, starter pack. And it should have Aquilo. Nothing else. Ta-da! Ta-da, ta-da. That's perfect. I love it. It's probably my comment goes to Sparrow. No. It's fun. It's all about the distractions. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to find out what we want to bring to our first trip to Aquilo. Let's actually just go there, right? Let's get you to where's our character located? Oh, should I? No, I want to do it old school. Okay, there we go. Hype train incoming. I think it needs another distraction. There. So I need to get my spaceship. Go to Corvette. You need to go to Volcanus until passenger present. Go.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Shadow Charlie, thank you for the 24 months. Looks at you. What? And therefore a new Factorio series after the Masterclass is finished? Yes, I have. That is going to, well, after the Masterclass is finished, when 2.1 hits, whatever 2.1 looks like, then I will be doing a series on, okay, trash unrequested there. Then I'll be doing a series using the Masterclass, basically a space age in a box. Kind of. That's the intention. Hey there, Urchulak, thank you for the 53 months. Good to see. Are there 2 more rumors? Last rumor we heard was that, oh, this was a thing, but it wasn't actually very good. Was that it was nerfing the space casinos and the low LDS shuffle. So, that's all we know. But we don't even know if that's true because there hasn't been any indication about it. So that's basically just all we know is the rumor about maybe, but there you go. Oh no. Good new space bomb. That's definitely not what I wanted. No. Oh, now what? Oh, can't travel around in remote view. Then don't be in remote view. Oh. Try to. That's not it. Where are you at? Okay, you're coming in.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
You're pissing off Kovarex again. What? Why am I pissing off Kovarex again? Hey, Otterbutter, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Yay! Saving the train from despair and Dunkers, thank you for the prime. So it is a level 1. So we got a level 1 completed. I didn't want to sort of push it or anything, so yeah. Yeah, my LDS shuffle? Yes, of course. Just I was at that event. I was just talking to some of the developers and Kovarex, and it was like, oh, something, and it was like, yeah. And they mentioned like, yeah, Nilaus said that, and Kovarex was, so you're Nilaus? I was like, yes, I am. It was not a, oh my god, I'm so happy to see you. It was more of a, okay. giving out travel now. Okay, so basically what we do is we go to... we go there, and then as the stuff we built first, as we find out what we need... He has a picture now, at the middle of a dartboard, I guess. The guy fucking my labor of love. I mean, I think I might have... I've done a little bit of marketing for them. You know, it's... I think it's a good case of a symbiotic relationship with a creator, because my company and therefore my whole livelihood wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Factorio. On the other hand, the fact that all the content I create has helped popularize the game and get more people to play the game more, and by more people playing it, you know, it's so there's definitely a massive value for them in having me constantly create content. There's also, of course, a massive value for me in being able to use their game to buy food for my kids and my cat. Masterclass, thank you for the 6 months in advance, 52 months. And that's just how it should be with this symbiotic relationship between creators and influencers, creators and companies. That's when it works. So, all right. So the train is trickling along, and Sujin, if you're still sitting there, then don't wait for the last 2 minutes of the hype train, because you'll probably be missing it. Volaski, thank you for the new subscription, brand new. Back into Factorio, I check into your content and vice versa. Nice, yeah. And I also think that's exactly where I think it I don't think a lot of people find my channel and go like, ooh, Factorio, that sounds interesting. But it's more like keeping people interested, or keeping people from sort of stalling out. Like, oh, you get started, you play a little bit, and then it gets too complicated, difficult, confusing, and then you check my videos, and then you sort of get over that hurdle, and then you love the game. And that's value. I mean, of course you paid the game already, but still. Has gotten me through some tough spots in the game and got me to endgame. Exactly, that's the stuff, right? So, yeah, I think that has a value. It might not be what ultimately, like, you bought the game before you found my channel, but on the other hand, you might tell your friends that, hey, it's a great game and all that stuff, and they might start playing it, or you talk about it, you create content for it, you give a positive review, you are one of the stats. And hey, Surgeon! Wow, 50 giftarinos on time, in due time, within the framework of the hype train. Well done. Thank you so much. Oof. Why was that an oof? That's a great oof. It was within... Now it's confusing. Now it says level 3 hype train with 30 seconds left, but it's really not 30 seconds left when it just hit a new level. 4 minutes. Yeah, okay. It is really weird. 37 isn't enough. Oh, it absolutely is. Okay. This hefty gifting. Oof. Thank you so much for 50 gifties. And we have arrived. Let me put on my cold weather cloak and drop to the planet. Yeah. Okay, so let's focus a little bit on what we want here. How are we going to do this? So, first things first. I think we want to build up here. I'm just going to pause it so it doesn't go out. And Hasperex, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. I'm going to set all the things that I want to bring on the first run. And everything we need, let's get in here. 200. Right? Because we need some construction bots to get us there. That's kind of the first thing we need. Right? And Chemo, thank you. So here we just cheat and let's cheat in this way. Good. So here we can just invent the stuff we need. So now we can start harvesting the stuff on the planet. Bum, ba-dum. And then they run out of juice very, very quickly. The next one we unlock by crafting a lithium plate. Your hype train indicator is not indicating the hype train. Good job. What? Yeah. Maybe they should use our hype train tracker, which seems to work. There. Last time I did Aquilo, I just brought 4 nuclear reactors because it was so convenient for getting stuff off the ground. Though later on you'd want to phase out for rocket fuel fusion. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do nuclear. I thought it was a bad idea. This is funny. It ejected it. This one. Funny. Yeah, I think that it's not really worth doing that. Because it means that you have to have a constant, of course you need a constant, but you also need a constant supply of rocket fuel. But the rocket fuel becomes self-supplying really quickly, which means that you only need to bring it in the beginning, while if you need to bring something in, yeah, if nuclear fuel you have to keep bringing it in, while rocket fuel you only have to bring it in the beginning, and then you build up your own setup here. Good. Let's just grab the rest of it. Good. So this is our little starter island. 60 seconds left on the train. We are needing 8 subs to complete a level 4 if we want to keep the train going. And it shouldn't be someone sitting on mobile, because that won't work. 8 subs. The long term, I would actually say like immediate term. So, what is the first thing we do? Pretty obvious, isn't it? City blocks. Except I want a city block without this one. Like, we need a Aquilo here. My stupid middle mouse button doesn't work. Doesn't work. No, the hype train died. There we go. That was easy. I didn't have an Aquilo one. No, I don't. So let's get one. Oh, so bad about the hype train. Thank you so much for the hype train, and especially Sujin for trying to get that hype train going. Let me see what I call the other ones. This one is better. I think this is the right name for it. And there's only one L in Aquilo. I get that wrong all the time. There you go. And we start with our Spaces blueprint. Aquilo. Save the world. I don't even have the city blocks here. Is that because it's under... Yes, Aquilo city block. Yes, this one. Copy. And then remove that. I love this one. I'm just not sure this is what I should be building immediately. Let's try it. Oh, so that doesn't work. That has to be built on concrete. Ooh, okay. I love the music here. I just realized that why have I not heard this music? I was like, oh, I have, but it's just because we spent so little time on Aquilo that I don't notice the music. Then I need to clean this up a little bit. All these are just junk things that I just put in. Base in a book, gold old, Sealbox 2.0, and then this is all of my masterclass that really should be fixed. There, those are the five primary boxes. Yeah, 6. One for each planet, and then one for spaceships. I think I'm leaving off to... sports or... What? I have no idea. Leaving off... Roboports is important starting out. I think leaving off Roboports... Leaving off? So not having Roboports? Okay, so we definitely need concrete. And we need a lot of this. So that means up on our spaceship, we need to make sure that what we need to get in here is a lot of concrete. Like a lot of concrete. We probably need to get 5,000 concrete in. And we also need to get 1,000 of this. Why not? This is like completely trivial things, so why not just do that? And then we need roboports. Not a lot, but some. We need... Well, actually, yes, a lot. That's... I don't know, that's something. That's not a lot, but it's something. Need robots. Hold on. Shouldn't this be like that? Also from there. This concrete, I don't know if it's also going to come from here. Okay, so that's probably where we are. Oh, we need heating towers. That's kind of important. Heating towers also. And we need some inserters. Should we be using exclusively normal inserters or exclusively non-normal inserters? Or are we just going to so much all in that we just say, hey, only do this. Oops. This. Then we also need to do that here. What else do we need to have on the planet? Some kind of power. Well, we have that one, but... turbines. We need heat exchangers. 25 is the stack size, right? Or a robot size. Or rocket capacity, that's what's called. And this one. Wish 50. I think that's going to be right. Power poles. Power poles probably a good idea as well. Power poles, good idea. Yeah, let's get these things. Infinity filters. You can't select filters here. So we have to do the whole thing again. For everything we want. That one. And that one. Belts. Hello, Summergod. Good evening. What does quality do to power poles? Longer reach and a bigger area. So, very valuable. Stupid middle mouse button. Oops. There you go. That's 100. And then what else? Roboports. And we need some heat towers. And we need some oops. Missed it. And some heat pipes. And concrete. And some oh, we missed one. Too bad. Also here. Oh, it should definitely be in this area here. And belts. We don't need that many belts here, but we do need some. Okay. What is not so many belts? That's definitely enough. Pump jacks. Yes, pump jacks are good. And also assemblers. Yes. So, pump jack. There. And this one. There. And this one. And pipes. Now I'm just bringing everything for Volcanus. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Even though we don't have rocket launching there. Is it possible to control with circuit? No. And in chat, no. What is Twitch drops and why does it have a Duolingo logo? Yes, that's a good question. That is a good question. Okay, so we also probably want stack inserters, but they have to be normal ones. Oh, getting that from... No, we don't need stack inserters. I don't think that's it. Okay, is there anything else we miss? Pumps? Pump jacks? Let's get that. Trains? Nope. There's... these ones I guess we do need as well. Maybe these things should be... Should I make some things from Navis and some things from... So it's not everything from one place? Like, these things could be done from Navis, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's look at things. We don't need this. We do need foundries, right? Do we need foundries? I don't know. We do definitely need electric furnace. And they need to be good ones. So they're coming in here. Need something to make water. Chemical plants, yeah? Do we need electromagnetic plants here? I don't know. But we do need this one. I would suggest planning everything and running into it. Yes. Good. We might need electromagnetic plants. We might need foundries. And we definitely need recyclers. Can recyclers be built anywhere? No? Right? They have to be built there. That sucks. Then we might as well get some electromagnetic plants as well. Only for quantum chips, so it is needed. But this one should also be rare quality, but we are not there yet. Modules? Great point about modules. Since everything is going to be awful on Aquilo, we want the best stuff here, right? So speed modules, there. And which one's the module? That one module here. There. So those are... It's kind of grouping it. This is the Navi stuff, this is the Aquilo stuff. Bacon! Yes, bacons. That's important. 20? Yeah. Okay, so all of this shit I have to now put inside the other box. I'm just going to take a little screenshot of this so I can refer to that as we go down to planet. Okay. Modules. Okay. And beacons. And all the stuff here. That one, that one, that one, that one. And we didn't get the water pumps here. Nope. Or that one. Or this one. Or chemical plants as well. That's a lot of stuff. Then we need you and you. That one and that one. I don't know about foundries. I don't think we need foundries here. Okay, I think this is good. If there's something missing, we'll get it. This empty module slot. That's apparently an item. Okay, so this. Oh, they're already legendaries. That's a little bit much. So we'll make another one that's revised. Ooh, why is this not working? We do have ice. We have ice. Yes. We have concrete. What is not working here? Need ice platform. Oh, ice platform. Not ice, ice platform. Did we get this from here? Yes. We do get it from here. Okay, so we just need to get a little bit more here to... I'm not sure this is how you should be doing it, right? In terms of sort of building it this much in the beginning. Yeah, so it's not getting all of it anyway. Why? Cannot. Yeah. That's frozen. That's frozen. And this one. Huh? Do I not have it? Why? What's the problem? Burner inserter. Oh shit, am I gonna use burner inserters? Oh, burner inserters. I hate that I had to make burner inserters. Do I really have to make rare quality burner? Deep breath. Is it working? Yes, let's get some ironium in here. Yay! And then it'll actually fill up pretty quickly. Right? This one also has to be changed to burners. There we go. And that's not really what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be this one. Good. Copy, paste, and paste. And we have one! Woohoo! So Aquilo Corvette is apparently going to get something as silly as burner inserters. And of course they have to be really good quality. Good. So okay, that's too many. Hey, it gets up here. So, something that's also very important. We need a lot, like a lot of. We're not going anywhere from Glabber, but isn't Glabber where we could produce fuel really easily? We're gonna go buy Glabber anyway. So, how much on a spaceship? 100 on a spaceship. So, should we just get 1,000? And definitely not from here, but from Glabberlicious, right? Ah, it doesn't work. That's the beauty of this one. Don't know why the other one. How this one didn't freeze immediately. There you go. Ah, this one doesn't freeze. Ah, the burn insert doesn't freeze because it can... I don't know why. Does it freeze? Does it not freeze? Okay. Maybe? That's interesting. Okay, this one is heated up anyway, so now we have heat. Done. Burner insert, I finished building up. Right, that's true. That's already there. And no. 50. Didn't we forget our 10 o'clock break? I think we did. I feel we did forget our 10 o'clock break. Ah, okay, so this is definitely a start. It's a little bit excessive start. So what would be the first thing we would want to build when we land on this planet? Well, that would be building ice platforms. So how do we make ice platforms? Can't remember. It's in a normal one. Yes. Ammonia and ice. And how do we get ice? And ammonia is not coming out of the water, right? It's ammonia solution that comes out of water. Yes, it comes out as blah. No. You just want to make like the most simple thing, and it's not simple at all. So they have to be one apart so that I can actually insert. But if they're one apart, how can I both heat up this one and the inserter that goes across? Right? See, now that one won't be. So it kind of has to be built 3 apart so I can do it underground. And then I can do a long one. That's an option, right? It's a weird option. Yeah, we don't have power, so that's not really working. Okay, so this is not working. We need power. So we need to, the first thing we need to build is actually a power plant. And before we even do that, we have to build a kickstart power plant. And in order to do that, we actually need to get one more thing inbound among the million other one more things. That is some solar panels. But I'm not going to hook that up yet. I want to build the actual power plant first, because we need to figure out what a small power plant looks like on this planet. It looks like... let's look at the Volcanus one. Okay, that's different. It's just kind of weird. So how much are you producing? You are producing 64 megawatt of power. And each one of these are... max consumption 16, so 4 of these. Isn't this the design I already built, which I really, really liked? Basic power. Yeah, this one. And then instead it... oh, this is all blue. What? How's this all blue? Huh. Weird. Okay, well, I guess I was at the same tech level last time as well. So... now there's no power on this network here, so we need to figure out what a power pole looks like. Well, a power pole looks like this. Okay, so it's spread in here, and there's no power. There you go. Keep feeding it. Okay, so this one needs to heat up. This is at 50 something degrees, so let's just let this one heat up so I can kind of get a sense of what it looks like. So this one was also designed mainly with the substation grid in mind. Clever power plant. Yeah, I guess the Clever power plant is the one. It isn't though, because I can't heat. Oh, I can't heat this up. Actually, let's try the Clever power plant. That's actually a nice one. Thank you. Don't think I need that shit down here. I'm gonna kill this. Let's... oh, not you. Let's start with... like a unit is... ah, this unit doesn't have any water inbound or water in it, so that's why it's not exactly right, because this one just assumes, hey, water's coming in somewhere, but it might not. You cut it rather than copying. Whoops. Undo. 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 Yes. Undo. Yes. Undo. Yes. Undo. Yes. Undo. Yes. Undo. Yes. 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 This is how long I don't read chat. Yes. And there we go. Whoops. And the whole base just turned off. Whoops. Oh, right. Now, nothing works. There you go. And now it works again. No worries. So this one, back to this one. There is a merit to this one. Let's try going back here and not cutting, but copying this part here. But it's still not producing power because it's not producing any heat. So, or any steam, and I need the steam. Oh, see, this is not working because it also needs these heated here. I could technically. That's weird that this doesn't work, right? And what are we missing here? It's just, is the concrete that's missing since it doesn't build it? And the below one will have to be all the way down to the bottom, so that's actually fine. This is ground and the other one is ice, so that's why it's not working everywhere. Then I have to place concrete first. That might work. But this is not working. So how do we get water in here? First of all, how much water? This is 10.3, so 10, 20, this is 40.41, 41 and 80. So I need 80 water inbound. How much are you producing, if you're producing anything? You're not, but let's pretend. 32. So it's kind of like this would be fine. Knowing that I can't even in creative mode, I can't force it here. Can't build on smooth ice. No, I know, but then just enforce some concrete below it. Damn you. Not bad. That's actually a little bit better because of these higher quality ones. So, still no power, still no water. But if this is... Oh, that would be 80. So I just need one of these to feed all of this water. That's actually nice. Let me think. Is it possible to do something like this then? This connects through here. I'm wondering if I could do this. But they still need... Because I wanted to build this on the other side so that I could mirror it around this. Because each of these with speed modules would actually be able to feed this whole area. So I could build something that would be... I mean, I'm saying... Flip. Except for the fact that it doesn't work. It's perfect except it doesn't work. Maybe the reason it doesn't work isn't that big of a deal anyway. Like, it's this one. It was because I couldn't feed this, the chemical plant, but I can. This damn concrete here. Would 2 with the also efficient one not 2 and speed up? Yes, it absolutely would. So that's a good point. That maybe I don't need to mirror it, but if I did efficiency modules instead, it would actually be better. And I think also efficiency modules are just... I might actually be able to do... This is still minus. Perfect. So this is still pretty fast. 57, 57. Okay. I'm actually tempted. So what if I did this? That would produce 83 and it would use 60% more power. But on the other hand, yeah, I like this. And then we're back to the mirrored design here. And this is just water or ice. I like this design, I think. The only thing is that there's no immediate connection between the inner line and the outer line. That's a little bit of a... Do we even have normal quality speed model? Of course we do. I have the speed module built somewhere. Don't know where I built it, but they built it down here. Yep. And this continues to build until it has 500 normals. Okay, what's the condition? Yeah, 500 normals, and then it makes as many legendary or rare quality as it can up to that. So, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't use rare quality on everything, but yeah. Yeah, it's not enough water though. That's true. Well, it is enough water. These ones, if they're powered, it's 83, and each of these... Let's just do this. See, water, it's enough. very much perfectly enough. And it's not covered here. But if I do this one, then it works. Boilers also rare? Yes. Oh, they're not? They really should be. Damn. I think I counted it as that when I did this. Yeah, 16. Okay, so now it's actually not enough. Damn. Mm-hmm. Hold on, but I'm also way overproducing the water, right? No, I'm not. Let's see. This is producing 165. Each of these consumes 60. Oh, this is not even enough power. Yeah, so I'm not actually using the full power of this. Is that good or bad? It's bad, of course, but what does it mean? Because right now we're only producing... Let's take the whole power plant. There is 8 in each module, and there are 4 modules, like 8 plus 8 plus 8. And they're each producing 5.8 megawatts. So this is 185 megawatt of power, which is nice. But it's 8 times 4, so that's the 32. 32, and then it is saying how much water it consumes. Each of them are consuming 60 water times 60. This is how much water I produce. Then I divide it by 16. Divided by 16. That means each of them have to produce 116. Is this still common turbines? God damn it. $96. Okay. Okay, so the whole thing was just a rare debacle here. Good. Never mind. So now it is consuming all the water. It's actually over turbined. Heating towers? Huh. Yeah, alright. It's because of the copy paste issues before. That now everything was reset to not uncommon quality. Good. Now everything should be uncommon. Let's have a look. Or rare quality. Yes. However, then we look at, again, with the ratios here. Then we have a huge deficit here. Not good. Okay, so I guess I have to kill this one. And then, what if I did... What? What? Oh, I was in map mode. Did not get it. Okay, so this is 57. Let's try again. Still a little deficit. That's actually not great. It just becomes quite bad this way. But production speed, no, way worse. And then I'd also need a beacon here, which is kind of what I'm considering. Which just doesn't... Oh, is it then better to put these in? And some solar panels, I guess. Oh, great progress. It's these ones, right? Woohoo! Go, 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 go. Low power. How much low power? Oh, it's I think no power. Not just low power, but it's... Is this tile? Huh, no. Eh, kind of. Yes! Super fast! Eh! Power! Yay! Power's fine! Why are these so slow when the power's fine? It's not. Why is it not fine? Oh, it's not. Satisfaction. Very low. Huh. Why? Are they... Oh, right. They need to be 500 degrees. Ah, right. So it takes forever. But this... Yeah, the reason why I needed to power it up is because I can't see if it's producing anything before I have power to the beacon. Beacons, low power beacons just work weird, or at least they used to. Crafting speed. Nothing here. This temperature is 200 degrees, so I need to wait. This one is... This is just heating up as fast as it can. And the water is fine. No, it's not, but... It should be enough water, right? I guess by the time the temperature increases sufficiently, then it'll also have enough water in here to actually work. Could make the case for swapping the long-handed for burner inserters and put a little more certainty in bootstrapping. Yes, that's a good point. Except I can't do that because then I can't get the power in here. So, you know, there is a caveat to it, and that is it's not feasible. Yeah. Long-handed, long-armed. That's also true. Did it faster heat nuclear fuel? No. I mean, this one doesn't burn nuclear fuel, but a nuclear power plant doesn't heat up faster. It's... I mean, maybe it does. I don't know. But it's a one-time thing. Unless I, of course, take it out. But there is also the... It could actually be faster if the output here, if this one... It's because it's now not only heating... It's heating everything here. It's eating the whole network. And if I did this, then all of these would help heat up. Because I'm now trying to heat up the entire network, and then it's these here are not only heating up this internal, but they're heating up also the heat dissipates outwards into the vast network. Now with these outer ones also working, then they should help push the heat in. Because it's not increasing very quickly, because a lot of the heat just goes out here into all of these pipes. The question is also like, would we want all of this to always be 500 plus degrees? Not really, not really. Maybe this is not even something I aspire for beyond sort of getting it to 30 degrees, because right now this would be a closed, this is not a closed loop. Shit. This one, but at least now it's not, the heat from in here is not going out and heating up the entire network. this is only heating up for power plants, which hopefully means, yes, now we can see it. The heat doesn't dissipate onto the outer network, while the outer network is heating up the machines and all that stuff. So I think this is actually a better way of doing it. Oh, right. $450, almost. Soon we'll see them huffing and puffing. Smaller heating network, better UPS. UPS is not a thing. Yep, there you go. It just started heating and then it was a... Woohoo! We're good? Yes, we're good. Went from no power to all the power we need. Okay, so this is now producing 83 and this is producing 83. How much? And it's also minimum. So how much is this? There's now a positive surplus. And how much power would this take? This would take 336 kilowatt. That's really not much. So I don't need a beacon to this. Sure, in the beginning, maybe. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is a power plant, and how much power does it produce? 91 megawatt. Is that... I have no really any idea how much that is. Okay, so that's the entirety of my Aquilo base right now, which is almost exclusively 141 megawatt of Tesla torch. Wow. Yep, just Tesla torch. Done. But it works. But it's also a little excessive. What's my volcano space actually using? Not much. Oh, okay. Kind of a lot. Oh, right. That's because a lot of them are just standing down here spinning. Like, these are just spinning. Yeah. And we even legendaries as well. So, yeah, okay, that's why. Okay. Mm-hmm. And a power pole. This doesn't really have anywhere to output, does it? Maybe like this. I think the first thing we need to do is power. Second thing we need to do is a little plant for this. Yes, you should definitely have one now. Yes, thank you. I'm also since I've been away on festival and stuff, I am a little bit tired. So yeah, good. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you, Sir Conrad. And I'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Okay, welcome back. Very, very insistent kitty here next to me. Right, so this design is unfortunately too wide to have two of them. Right, I can't make it here and another one over there. So I could make it next to each other like this. That would work. And then sort of shove it down here. Either up here or down here. The one thing I'm wondering about. Hello, Mark. Good to see you. So I think the first city block we want is actually, well, I do think that's one city block we're kind of missing here. No, let's try it a different way. I want a city block. The first city block here should do everything. Of course. Like this? No. Like this. Oh, hold on. What about? Like this. Mm-hmm. Oh. And then I was actually saying that this should be cut off. Because then now the power in here is only dedicated to there. Yes, I like this. Yeah, so the power these are generating is only going into actually generating power for the whole thing. And it goes up pretty quickly now because it actually does that. There you go. Yeah, the starter block, and then I need to find another starter block example. Just wanted to place it at the same place as every other one. So that's actually a pretty good place to build it. Oh, that makes no sense why that's here, but okay. Oh, maybe that was just a copy paste, whatever. Okay, so now we have a way to get things inbound. We do need some of these. Don't know how many. We also need to be able to launch rockets back, but not yet. I'm thinking this thing here should be built a little bit better, but not a lot better. So this is producing 80 water or 80 ammonia per second, and this one is consuming 22 ammonia per second, so or 26. So 3 of these. Very much so. So 1, 2, 3. Let's do a design work of this 1, 2, 3, and find a way that would work. I think everything has to be working with room for heat pipes here. Love the music here. Okay, so that's that one. Then these need ice inbound. Can we... What if they are just picking it up and exporting on the same belt? That would mean this has to... No! God, it's annoying. 3 layers on top. Mm-hmm. This is still going on the outside belt, which it shouldn't be. Goes on the inside belt. Mm-hmm. And then... It feels like this could be made more compact. Let's dig down in the archaeological things. That's not it. See if there's something good here. Some goodies. Rocket fuel build? Sweet. Lithium build, fluoroketone, cryogenics. Kind of missing some of the first one. This is then going into the second phase of it. That's some pretty cute blocks. Interesting that I don't have any design for this, because I know I have it. I have a nice little design for it in my mega base. Hey, Sentinel, thank you for the 38 months. Okay, just gonna save here and load up my mega base. Just load it with the everything here. And then we'll jump to Aquilo. It's pretty neat, isn't it? Like, it's not compact. So this one kind of has 3 lines of heated pipes, which is more than my other one with 2 heat pipes, but somehow this seems more compact than what I had before. Let me load a really old mega base build before I did all of that stuff. Really old, archaeologically old. Damn, someone needs to clean up my inventory. Hello there. How are you doing today? Great, but tired. Been an exhausting weekend. Too much fun and playfulness. So, too exhausted. Because I want to see the old version of the Aquilo. Oh, that is the old version of the Aquilo. Okay, never mind. This seems kind of better, doesn't it? It doesn't have beacons. Should it have beacons? No, it's a small build. So, but it should have... Wondering if I could use the same... like this side as well. Should be able to use it for at least the inbounds. So that means something. I thought you can't go directly higher quality items that have a fluid inbound, like ice platforms and holmium plates. Can you do it? No. You can't. You can't make higher quality items that only have fluid inbounds. They must have a solid. So that's why you can do LDS with liquid with molten iron and molten copper, but because you just have a little bit of plastic means that it is not barred. But anything like holmium, as you say, you can't do that, because it only has it. Ice platforms take a solid inbound, the ice, and therefore you could make it in quality. But I'm not making quality ice platforms. I'm just making platforms in a quality assembler. So I think you're just mixing up a few things on top of each other, so, which is kind of understandable. Okay, I think it could this be outbound, and then these would be the inbounds, and then I'm doing the outbounds on the other side. What would be the point of that? It wouldn't save us any space. It would just actually take more space, so that's a no. It all fits within one. So this is actually not awful. Just needs some liquid inbound. Doesn't seem great, this way of doing it. It worked better like this, but then the input is up here, which I don't like. Now I built it isolated so that everything, but I actually could build it in a different way. I could build it like this. And just say, you know what? This one's always going to be placed right there. Like even, no, like this. It's pointing the wrong way. Maybe this would be better. Or actually this would be nice, I think. But now you're frozen. Ah, we're not getting this unfrozen from down there anymore. And 1, 2, 1, 2. I think it seems better like this. They're right next to each other. Because then this can heat up both. And you could actually still be there. Alright, but better. Except that one. And now you fell out of the net. If you heat the assemblers from the other side, I think you can have the pipes without underground. I don't like this underground. It looks weird. It might be correct and all, but it seems strange. But it is because I want to force it on the lower side. Yeah, middle assembler is missing an output. Yes, thank you. That's better, because otherwise something can get stuck on the end. But I think there's more to this. Because if I look at this one, it's going to be net negative for ice, isn't it? Yes, we're going to lose ice on this one. So this is not going to work unless I also insert ice as well, which I won't be able to do. How am I going to do that? Which actually means I need to do this and set ice in here. So just request some ice. You always have a little bit of ice, put it in here, and then I have to get it out. And now it comes again on the wrong side. And it gets even worse now because now I can't really not put it on the right side, wrong side. Yeah, this is bad. The stream includes a paid promotion. I have no idea. Maybe it's checked somewhere. Let me just check. Yeah, it does. Okay, yeah, thank you. No paid promotion. Thank you for letting me know. The only paid promotion is I don't know, nothing. Hype trains. Yeah, so how do I insert it with one inserter on the inside? I can't. So how do I get rare holmium plates? You get rare holmium plates by making something and then recycling that something. You make something with holmium plates and then recycle it. It's since the Microtopia stream. I'm not sure because I know I clicked it off, but I think that Streamlabs and Twitch website, one of them had it on and the other one, and which one I used to save is then has overridden the other one. I don't know. But it might have been there since the Microtopia stream. Just saying. That means no one is really paying attention to the streams. Apparently. I really want to take that up to get one closer. I'm gonna have, but it's a good point about the frozen one. Just to force it in, but it doesn't change right now that I need to be able to put it on the closer side of the belt, which I can't really do at this point. I guess I would have to sort of let it fill up a little bit more space. I don't know how I would do this, but blech. Would that work? Dude, why are you not exporting? Why is this not exporting? Low power. But didn't we... Oh, right, it's this one. Missing water. Well, oh, it's getting there. It's getting there. You can do it. Oh, this one's not powered. There you go. Little bit of power. This damn ice maker here. Luckily, we don't care about these kind of things, so we can just do this. Hey, it works. Done. I don't like this, but I don't know what to do about it. Ah! Stop. You need to be filtered to ice platform. Oh, there's another problem because that's frozen. Not really a problem because it's just gonna be like this. For some reason I can never ever find this one. Oh, because it wasn't there. Okay. So now this will somehow yeah, it'll jam, but I can't really figure out why when it's jamming. Oh, these one also need to be faster. So why will it jam? It'll jam because I'm missing ice. So that means the ammonia will eventually fill up. Of course, we put a lot of ice into the network, so it's going to take a while before it sort of runs out of this. This is minus 20%. That's actually nice. And how much? 63, 63, and that would be one of these, two of these. Let's take a look at ratios. Pretty good ratio, right? This is perfect ratio, and then there's a little deficit of ice cubes, and we'll get the ice cubes eventually. But here's another problem. This one is using 8.6. How fast is this? Let's see. Can it keep up? Blinked. It's 50 for each. So, isn't that amazing, right? Stable production of surplus of ice on demand in the network for power anyway. Stable production of surplus of ice. Yes. Should it be ice positive? Yeah, but it'll be ice positive because there will be other things that need ammonia for that doesn't need ice, like fuel, for example. So as long as this one is just here, this is chugging along because we need this one to always work. And now it stopped. And then we can always just basically, whenever we harvest something or we have excess ice somewhere, this one also needs ice. It has plenty of ice, but there is we'll need extra ice for sure. The problem is, or the question is just how do we get this? But I kind of like having a dedicated build here that just leaches ice from general. This one also leaching ice from general. And then the next thing we build will be, yeah, let's get the ice. We don't need lithium or... Yeah, so the solid fuel is actually, see here, for example, ammonia is crude oil, so the ammonia is used, but the ice is not used, so we'll have surplus ice for this one. So I think the next thing we want to do is a small... Oh, is it though? Do we even want to make rocket fuel until we have this? No fluid void right now? No. No void fluid. Fluid voiding, no. That's correct. Yeah, this... I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we be allowed to build this? We did last time, but if we bring enough, we should need to. Yes. And if I bring 1,000 and go out and bring another 1,000, then I should be fine. Yeah, so I don't think I want to do this. But in order for this to work, I need to actually bring in reinforced concrete and then also processing units and lithium plates so we can actually make the cryogenic plants. And then after the cryogenic plant, then we make... So just kind of stepwise, what is it we want to do in this base? Because we just want to sort of make it survivable, which means heat, power, constant supply of ice platform for expansion, that kind of thing, right? But given that, I'm not sure I like this. Because my other planets have a specific feel to it, like this. Like this. Like this. Right? There is something at the top of the starter locations. Although Aquilo, the problem with Aquilo is it has to be smaller. So reserving some space is a little bit more problematic. And there are 6 liquids we need inbound. So eventually, yes, we would like to have this pattern because the cyclic, it's hot and cold fluoroketone, it's lithium brine, it's fluorium, and oil and water, right? So those are the ones. Yeah, Aquilo is not that big at the start. That's true. That's true. So I might be sort of over, yeah, overbuilding it. It could be built in a simple way that we have a power plant, we have a little constant supply of ice. Actually, this one should be... And oh, there they are. One, two, three. There you go. So now it's 500 of each. Fine. This will only ever be brought up to 50, so whatever gets produced here will always be able to put out here. Really power blackout for adding too many bots too early. Yeah, like I just did here. You're absolutely right. But it's just, there's no way to avoid it because it's me. By the way, did we remember to say that it also should have something that's really important to have on the first run here is a space. No, no, it's a cargo landing bay. Yes, and some of these. There. Woohoo! Silver Cecil for the 200 bits. Thank you. All right. So Aquilo. So the next thing we want to do is make some lithium, which means lithium brine and ammonia. Actually, with lithium brine also leads to ammonia, so that generates surplus as well. So oil is not needed. Where do we have lithium brine? There we go. Okay. So let's small build. I want to build them sort of separate. This will be in a chemical plant. Okay, so it is in a chemical plant. Where are you then? There you are. Good. I'm just gonna pave the world here. It's so annoying that first ice platforms. Okay. And then concrete. The fact that it can't be done in one step. Okay. So again, I need something like this. Not all of this. How much? You're producing 80. You're consuming 4. So that's, you know, like nothing. And 0.4 of these? That's a crazy low amount. Don't you get enough lithium by clearing the ice on the starting platform? Good point. How much do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 350. I mean, enough for... Oh, right, enough for... Let's see. Lithium plate. So that's actually... In order to make the lithium plate, all I need to do is... this. Yeah. Okay. That I didn't really... Yeah, you get enough. Okay, I was not even thinking that line, so that's a good point. So that means cryogenic plant is something we need to make. Yeah, productivity modules. Yeah, I guess. That was at 32% productivity, so I guess that's something. Because then I can wait with the other things until I have the proper build. Or I can build the proper build and then just feed it. Okay, never mind. So we got this. That means I need to build some cryogenic plants. The cryogenic plant is the first of our builds, I guess, on here. Like we ultimately don't really need to build a lot on this planet, so it could be just down here because that's kind of a dull little space. Input and output. Yeah, that looks better for me. So reinforced concrete, is that something we bring in? Yes. Reinforced concrete, where are we building that? Nowhere. Is there a place where we're building reinforced concrete in non-pathetic amounts? No. We don't need it at all. We do need it here. There must be one. Because don't we need it for this? Yes. So where's the concrete? There you are. It's just a single one. And it's the same thing over here, right? This one also just has a single one. What about Navis? Also just a single one. Middle qualities and go directly for Legendary. No, it is not, because you can't do that. Then you have to complete the game and get to Aquilo and do all that before you can even start doing this, the first thing. So for me, I think that it's normal, rare, and legendary. Uncommon, there's not really much gain from it, and you unlock rare quality at the same time as uncommon quality. So why not just get it to rare quality immediately? Yes, Mew Mew indeed. Yes. What is it? An epic quality. You get epic quality at Gleba, but yeah, are you gonna stop at that point and make epic quality, or you're gonna go to Aquilo and then get legendary? So this is why I'm splitting it like this, and I'm doing rare quality before Aquilo because I think it's nice to come to Aquilo with a lot of rare quality items. I don't know if it's feasible to have as many rare quality as I want to, but yeah, it's nice to have it. Oh God, this cat, he's been alone all weekend, and I'm a little pissed because so I left on Friday midday. I gave him a lot of food, and I told my ex that please make sure the kids come by on Saturday to feed and cuddle Speedy. And she was like, yeah, I'll make sure. And then I came home, and as soon as I parked the car, I could hear him from inside going meow meow. I could see his shadow cast on the door, and then like, man. So he came in, and there was like no food left, and like his bowls were pushed around, so he had been sort of, I don't know, desperation, because the kids had not come over during the weekend, and I don't know if it's well, it's not the kids' fault, because it's I asked her if she would take care of it. Either one of the kids would come over, and neither of them came over. So I'm a little pissed about it because he's been alone for a full day without food, and that's not fair to this little legendary kitty. So it's okay that he is a little needy because he thought he had been left and no food and no cuddles, and just been all alone. So obviously he's a little vulnerable right now and needs an extra share of cuddles. So yeah, so that's how it is. Yeah, and quality wise, this orange cats get very petty when left alone for too long. Yeah, but also he's I've heard that they have no sense of time, and same with dogs, that they have no sense of time. So whether you leave them for 5 minutes or 5 hours, it doesn't matter. They feel left and they feel happy. But it's not like they feel more left out if it's longer time or more. I don't know if that's true, but yeah. But he certainly is. It's when I've been away for a weekend, he is super cuddly and super needy for like he's probably not gonna let me sleep tonight. And he's definitely waking me up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So but then after a couple of days, then it gets back to normal, and it's like maybe 7 o'clock or something. If I'm really lucky, maybe 7:30, he wakes me up. Yeah, yeah. His name is Speedy. He used to have a brother called Pixie, but he got unfortunately sick and had to be, yeah, put down. Unfortunately, so still curious. Now that you have medium freighter running about his planet, what does the light freighter do anymore? Nothing. The light freighters don't do anything. They're just kind of left here. They get replaced. But this is like more of a test setup, so I just left them here. But the light freighters don't do anything because they are useless. But the medium freighters will the light freighters will just be replaced with medium freighters. I think that makes sense. Okay, this one at least has speed modules, so we're going to be deciding that Aquilo will pick up from Navis. Also, Navis is the one that leads the least, so let's also get reinforced concrete. How much do we want? 2,000? Yeah. And oh, actually, that's not here. It should be up here. Because this is more of a continuous thing. And then I think maybe this one shouldn't be here. Concrete should be up here. And same with this. Because this is something I need to bring every time. Maybe just 500. And from here, the first time we bring 500, but every time we bring these things are actually also going to be up here. Yeah, I just realized. I shouldn't have like the first trip there. I should just have this is what you bring always, anytime. Can at least be partially recycled for quality solar graphs. Oh yeah, I mean they're not going to be. The light ones are not going to be recycled. I mean they're not going to be deleted. They're just going to be like torn apart, rebuilt with the mega one. Just uncheck them. No, and I kind of want the other way around. I want all of this stuff moved up here so I can see which planet they come from, because it is actually on the trade lane that is here, and it should be just continuously make sure that you have all these things in orbit or in here. I think I want to refrain from building anything on Aquilo because I don't think I need it. If I'm doing my stuff properly, then I don't need it. Which actually also means that something else you need is steel boxes. Because that's something you definitely need. But as long as this one is always flying back and forth, getting stuff in here, build an Aquila only what requires being built there. Exactly. And anything else, just bring it in. So, on Aquilo, we actually also need to build the same as we have on the other ones, this one. Ta-da. And here, These will be... Oh. And that's the beauty of this system. All I need is just each one of these for each... Oops. Because there is nothing that is not requested from either of these planets, and that's it. Parameters? Mm-hmm. And this one then needs to go from the logistics network into what? Green is what we want minus red. Then that outputs what we request. So red is coming from here. So that's the output of what we want to request from orbit. Set requests. I really think I need to put all of this up here, which is going to be painful, but I guess I have to. There you go. Delete it. More stuff. And this one has trash unrequested, and good. That's a bit of this. What's all the stone for? Foundation, when we get there. Because that's the most valuable product here on this planet is foundation. It's the one thing that we are exporting the most of from anywhere. So this is going to be lithium plate and refined concrete, which we don't have yet. But oh, lithium. All right, it's right there. It's right there. It's just not exported properly. We'll do something else about this, but it's now it's a thing. And then the refined concrete will obviously be coming in later on, but in the meantime, I'll just hack it together here. Just a single stack of that. Woohoo! So once we have this, is that the, yeah, that's the milestone for unlocking the next science part. Bam-ba-dam. But at this point, this is not what we want to build. I mean, sure, let's build some of these. But we need to have some of these. And then build two things. We need to build ammonia rocket fuel. And we need to make a proper build for this one. Because I think those are something we need in the startup block. So here, if we have other things that we need to craft, they get built out here. So power plant. A little bit of ice crystals thingies here. Why are they not coming in? Oh, look at that. All them robots are starving. Yeah, 0 logistics robots because oops. Yeah, getting stuff out of this one was a little bit much. It'll be fine. Just rush fusion power is not a problem. Actually, I don't think that's a very viable thing. I mean, yes, I want fusion power. But you can quantum chips, right? So that means rushing quantum chips. That's a lot of things, which means we do have to have a steady supply of lithium plate and fluoroketone before we can rush this and rush this. You're stuck on rocket fuel for a while. Yeah, but rocket fuel is not really a big deal. Like, being stuck on rocket fuel is not bad because I need rocket fuel anyway for heating things. We can't use the other thing for heating, so this has to be the way we heat stuff. Anyway, so let me switch away from this mode. Go back here. Do we have existing designs for rocket fuel? Yes. Here's a nice little rocket fuel build. So let's just build this and figure out what it does, and then see if how applicable it is. Like, obviously these need to be taken out. I have any idea what's going on. Cryoplant assembler should be upgraded to cryoplant, right? Why? There's no productivity bonus on these. They don't have productivity bonus, so there's no reason to it. They just have crafting speed 2 and take a lot more space. So there's not really any gain from it. And rare quality has exactly speed 2, so this is the only difference is that this has a smaller footprint than the cryoplant. So yeah, I like this, but I don't like it, right? I think that these are also epic quality, which I think was because I kind of needed this to be really fast. This is so weird, like, why is there... I'm both bringing it into a box here, but I'm also putting it in here to delete it, to put it in here so that I just get less. But shouldn't this one be constrained to only do that when the logistics network has more than something something? Or is it just because this is producing so much? How much are you producing? See, I don't think this is the right choice. I'm gonna say thank you, but no thank you. We're gonna try it in a different way. I think we're gonna be leaning a little bit heavier on beacons and modules than we have been previously in the first iteration. I have no idea what it was I was trying to build. It was that one, yeah? So this needs to go into another one, which is going to be rocket fuel. So let's start by basically looking at this and saying, these are complete and perfect match. So that's nice. I could put productivity modules in, but that would be silly. I could put productivity modules in here. That would be nice. But then the ratio kind of messes up by a lot. Minus 80% speed. Ugh. So if I use productivity modules, but on the other hand, if I use productivity modules, I get 80% productivity, and that's with normal ones. That's nice, but what am I productivitying? Solid fuel, which is whatever, and water, which is ice, and the ice comes together with ammonia, so maybe this is just one of those I don't really think that there's a need for it. Okay, so let's look at the solid fuel. That's some oil, and this one's producing... Okay, let's look at ratios again. Oh, right now this one is in short supply because of that one. Okay, so I think the reason why I did this was because... Oops. This tend to be close to a good ratio. Yes, this is why I did it. This is the good ratio. The problem with this is the 30 ice we need to deal with. And of course, some of the ice has to go into become the 20 water, but that's not much. Is the heat on this planet self-sufficient yet, and or will it be? It will be once I build this design that I'm working on. Then that will be no problem. Okay, so I think I want to do it in a different way. I just want one of each. There. And this one is water. No, not steam, but that one. So let's have a look at this. Now there's a significant deficit of ice, of water here, and there's a huge surplus here. This is twice as much, so actually this is only using half as much. So this is saying 100 per minute, but it's, per second. It's actually only 50 because it's producing. That's not it. It's this one. This one's using 60, but producing 4. This is consuming 2, so this one is only consuming 30. So I need to deduct 30 from the consumption, so that means there's only a deficit of 30 here, which is nice, which is like this. Now, fine, perfect. In the rocket fuel, it'll get back to being balanced. In the rocket fuel, yes. Or actually a surplus everywhere, but also like incredibly slow. Now this doesn't work unless it is actually both heated and powered. There's a deficit of ammonia. Or is there? Because there is a massive surplus here. This is now producing 10, but it only needs to produce 2 point something. So this is not okay. So there's enough ammonia here, and we're now producing 0.5 per second, which is not really much. And it also just seems like everything else is, yeah. Could use some of the surplus solid fuel to help power heat. No, I don't want to do that. It's better to go all the way here, I think. It is actually a good point. Like, this is something I didn't really think of, which because it's always just better to upgrade. So here we have 12 megajoule of 12 megajoule from one solid fuel, and this comes from 10. It's also 10, right? Yeah, 10 solid fuel. So this is 100 megajoules. So we actually lose something unless we use productivity on it. Huh. What do you do with all the ice? Here. I use it here, and I use it here for my power. Power is needing quite a lot, actually. Maybe. But it needs something. And then eventually I will also just recycle it away. Oh God, I'm freezing. It must be because I'm tired. It's also past midnight, so I think we're actually going to be wrapping this one here. The next masterclass will be on Thursday. I actually don't have anything else to make on YouTube. It kind of sucks. Still need rocket fuel for the launches. Yes, that's a good point. So, yeah. I can't think straight right now. I'm so tired after this exhausting weekend. So I'm gonna be wrapping this one up, even though I'm kind of in the middle of things. But I also think that this is not gonna be like the next 5 minutes. We're gonna be done with this. This is sort of back and forth for a half an hour before we find something we're happy with. But anyway, we're on Aquilo. Um, wasn't there a Hapton last week? Yes, there was, and I'm fucking wasted. Um, don't know what to do. But I'm not coherent. I have to come up with a bonus day of streaming then, to get with the hype trains. Um, yeah, that definitely was, and I really wanted to do that, but I've been away all weekend, and I just got home a couple of hours before, so yeah, sorry about that. Um, Luckily, there were no big hype trains today. We're going to be continuing with some Silk Song next week, Monday and Wednesday. Um, I might throw in an extra stream on Thursday, but it's going to start later. Depends. So last Thursday, no, I don't know, some Thursdays ago. So the thing is, I'm going to an event. It starts at 7 o'clock, and this is a little bit of a gamble. Sometimes these events are amazing, sometimes they're awful. If it's awful, I leave, come home, start streaming, and yeah. So yeah. So thank you for watching. I will be back. Yeah, soon. Definitely tomorrow with Silksong, and I think we're doing absolutely amazing in Silksong. So hope you want to join on that journey. Good night, everyone. Take care and stay effective.